wallet, and also she's a national record holder for the pole vault, and she's also is doing her sports medicine. She's a specialist in sports medicine from Safdarganj Hospital, New Delhi. So, Kathy, the stage is yours now. You can start your session. Thank you. Raman, you? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Like, and also like, I request my friend Raja Raman to moderate this panel. Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to get the mics.
Good morning and vanakkam, the only Tamil word you will hear today. Okay, we're going to speak English, please sit down. We're going to speak English, and I hope the audience will bear with us. Thank you so much, Kathy, for being here. The whole idea today is to try and understand what athlete wellness is. We all have these conversations. We hear about the wrestlers having trouble. We hear about a cyclist complaining about molestation by a coach and the coach being sacked by the federation. We hear of depression among athletes. I want to understand from an athlete. You've been a national champion, you've been a national record holder, you played for India. I want to understand from an athlete, what exactly does wellness mean to an athlete?
First of all, good morning. First of all, good morning, and thank you for having me here. Thank you, Sporting India, and thank you, Coimbatore, for hosting me here. And coming to the question about what is wellness from an athlete's point of view. First thing, to have a safe environment for the athlete to do sport, and being in a state of mental, physical, and emotional peace, where the athlete is able to, give their 100% into the sport. And, because the athlete is going to come in, train every day, and putting in so many number of hours into the sport. So, being in a place where he is in a positive environment, where he or she is able to give their best every day in training is what I believe is the core of wellness for an athlete.
Thank you, Kathy. That's a good start, good starting point. But where does wellness begin and where does it end? Does it begin in training? Does it kind of end with competition? Or is it a 24/7, 365 days a year concept? Because we are hearing this word only in the recent years. Safety is something that very commonly used word. You spoke about a safe environment. What exactly is the environment? Where does it begin and what all does it entail?
So when I talk about environment, the athlete wants to go into a place where, everything from like the motivation to the emotion to the physical, everything is uplifted. So being in an environment where the coach is kind of welcoming to the athlete, where the coach is not, giving feedback in a way that is negative, that, like, look, this athlete is doing this, why are you not able to do this? Because every athlete has a different learning curve, every athlete has different sets of talents, every athlete is coachable in a different way. So, individualizing the way the coach conveys to the athlete, and, having that positivity will make the athlete perform to their potential. The potential may be state level, the potential may be Olympics. So, there is no comparison. The comparison is to make the athlete reach their own potential. And that can be done when they are going into training in an environment which is uplifting them. And they feel safe in that environment, and they feel like they can do their best in that environment. So it starts it's not just where they go and train, it's even at home, how their parents are talking to them, how much support they have, the way they are spoken to. I think the wellness is an overall thing. It starts from home. It entails the environment in which he or she trains. It's everybody, it's the people around, the people they train with, the coaches, the support staff. So it entails everybody.
Thank you, Kathy. I think it's a very candid admission on not just your part, but for you're speaking for all athletes, where you're saying that wellness is not just in the sports field, it also at home. So let's now try and break it down. I've not come with a prepared set of questions, as you're aware. Let's try and break it down into three parts. One is the home, and the second will be the training facility, and third will be the competition. And if you're okay with it, please share from your experience of talking with your fellow athletes, of watching them, of observing them, what kind of safe environment will they have experienced, most of them? Is India providing that safe environment? I don't want an alarmist point of view, but I'm looking to understand if India does all these small things right and not at the national level, because you start playing for club or you start playing for your district. In your own experience of watching and talking to other athletes, where do you think home is? We'll stick to the home in the first place, the kind of background that athletes come from. Is that safe enough at this point of time, or do parents need some kind of education?
I think a lot of athletes that come in are coming in from very small districts, very small villages, where their parents are not aware about what sport is and what it takes to reach the level of, say, Sachin Tendulkar or Neeraj Chopra or PV Sindhu. So what it takes to reach that level, the parents are not aware. So then the parents rely on the coaching or where the athlete is going to train. So whatever the coach says, and at the district level, at the the village level, the coach is everything. The coach is the doctor, the coach is the coach, the coach is the extended parent to the athlete. So the parent starts relying on the coach for whatever the coach says is right. And not against any coaches or anything, but sometimes if there is something that is happening which is wrong, then the parents think that's the way it is. So then the child starts to believe that that's the way it is. So the safe environment starts from educating the parent that, there are certain things in sport which is good, there are certain things in sport which is not allowed, there are certain things in sport that should not be done. So I think the awareness should start from home, from the parent, because most of the kids at grassroots levels, they only know so much. And whatever direction you're going to give them, that's the direction they feel that, that's how the sport runs. And it's only in retrospect, they find out, oh my God, I shouldn't have done that, or I should have realized. But there are a lot of realizations, even for me, has happened in retrospect. So I think that is one of the things that need to change from a retrospect to a prospect.
Right. So we'll move away from home. Great insight that. We're not doing a scientific study to say 65% of families are supporting and 35 are not. We're not doing that. We're doing a generalized conversation. Obviously, it needs research and it needs some kind of data before we can come up with some kind of firm conclusion. Let's move to the training area. I played basketball for my state and university, and my basketball court was the place where it was my gym and it was my training center at the same time. It was also the masseurs table. It was also the recovery center for me. Everything was on that court. Things have changed, obviously. So I want you to take me through how are we safe enough at this point of time with the training facility? Now, that would include the gym, that would include the play field, that would include even the recovery stations that are available to athletes today at all levels. Obviously, the India athlete has got great facilities, but when we come down to state and we come down to district and we come down to club levels, the story is more or less the same. So I want you to tell me from, again, your understanding of your conversations with athletes, where are we in terms of training and a safe environment?
So I would not say that we are completely in an unsafe environment. That's not what we are saying. But at the grassroots level, at the district level, at the state level, where the coach is filling up multiple, he's playing multiple roles and filling up different shoes. So in that context, there definitely there are certain limitations that need to be set by the consciousness of the coach himself and by the ethic of the entire club or whatever the academy that is being run. So there are certain limitations that should not be stepped over, and those are things that there should be that should be ensured. So most of the times we don't have like a monitoring system where such a monitoring is taking place, that okay, if there are kids training somewhere, then are they in the safe environment or not. And it's right from not just from anything, it's right from how the coach behaves, how the coach communicates, because you need not touch a certain person in a certain way for them to feel awkward. It can just be I can just be cold towards a certain person, or I can communicate in a very demeaning way, which would prevent the growth of that kid. So it's not just non-verbal, it's not physical, it's even the verbal and how you're saying it, and so those things become more important as well.
And let's now move to the competition area. At the national level, again at the state level, how is it? Have organizations which conduct these championships and the leagues, have they become more aware that athletes need a safer environment than they've been provided before? Or what is it in your experience?
Yeah, definitely. I think things have changed a lot, especially in the last decade. The awareness of kids who go and play at state level, at national levels, they're making their own, accommodations. They're more aware, I would say, in the last 10 years. And we have definitely moved from a place of, like everybody is just filled up in a certain room, to people realizing that, okay, if I have an event tomorrow, if I'm going to perform tomorrow, then I have to rest well today. So to rest well, there is a certain investment in terms of, where you're living, how, the places where you're, the sleep the previous night. So all of those things become important, and people and athletes and coaches and everybody has gotten aware about, those things. So I would not say we are in an unsafe environment, but at the same time there is awareness, but there should be more for people who are coming from smaller towns and smaller districts. So I think that is yet to be, we still have to improve on that.
Super. But if I were to ask you, Kyati, from your vast experience of being an athlete, there are many like me who play one national championship and fade away. But you lingered, you fought hard, and you beat everybody else consistently. What are some of those things that we need to do to ensure that India offers a better environment for athletes to feel safe and to give off their best?
Honestly, when I was an athlete, I felt like, when you're competing, especially in an individual sport, when you're in that place, you're alone. You have to figure it out by yourself, how you're going to get yourself up, everything. So, and especially when you're injured or you have a certain setback or you don't know what to do, yes, your coach is there to guide you, but in that moment, it's just you. And you have to do it. So I felt like there was when I competed, when I trained, and when I was in a hole, like I felt like I was alone. I came from a medical background, yet when I was in that situation, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whom to go to. I didn't know what my support system was. So that was something that triggered me back then, like, why do I not know where to go? Why is there nobody to help me? So it was a point where there is a medical support which is far away from where the athlete is. Like the athlete is alone in there. So now things have started to change. The medical support has started to come and be there on the field all the time. But back then, I didn't have anybody whom I could be like, okay, I'm going to tell this doctor or I'm going to tell this person, they're going to exactly understand what I'm going through. So I felt like that was the biggest thing that was missing back then for me. So that gap of, in terms of just like, in terms of psychology, in terms of what do I need to do, you just tell me, I'm going to do that. So I didn't have that, and I think that was the thing that I missed a lot.
So how did you cope with this, Kathy? I mean, you listed out whatever you missed out. How did you deal with that situation? How did you cope with it? You didn't have a psychologist. But if you felt low, if you felt, even when you felt happy, how did you deal with that situation? Because you knew you had to go back and compete again and you start from scratch. What was your coping mechanism, Kathy? I'm just curious, in your time, and it's not long ago, right? It's not as if she's from the 80s or 90s. She was as recently as about seven years ago. Would have played the Commonwealth Games in Delhi, right?
Yes.
So when it's as recent as this, what was your coping mechanism?
I think my coping mechanism was my family. My mother was my biggest coping mechanism, and my coach was my coping mechanism. That's where I would go, and I'd be like, this is how I feel. And not like my parents had enough tools in their toolbox to help me, but that support at home was always there. And the coach, as much as experience that he had from dealing with so many athletes, he knew exactly that, okay, you know, this is how you need to deal with. Sometimes he would just push and say, like, you're just overthinking, or this is not how it works, you have to push yourself, or, you know, so those were my coping mechanisms. But it has to extend beyond that, because a coach cannot fill in all the shoes, a parent may not understand everything. So there has to be different sets of people who are there in your support staff whom you can go to.
So when you look at the current set of athletes, especially at the elite level and maybe even at the development level, you can see that change has come. There are specialists helping out people. While there might be reluctance on the part of the coach to part with some of the jobs that he or she does, I won't say power, but at least the jobs that he or she does, but there is change coming in. So do you, at any point of time, sit back and think, I wish I had this kind of support 7 years ago, 10 years ago?
Yes, I definitely feel I wish I had somebody who understood what I'm going through and who has gone through this before and who could guide me as to, you know, like, if this has happened, this is what you need to do, this is how you need to cope. And there comes a certain point, like your coach is your everyday person that you're going to. But then even the coach should understand that, okay, now it's come to a point where I should have somebody else to do this. Because even the coach can do it to a certain level, because yes, he's in contact with the athlete every day. But after a certain point, there has to be somebody else who steps in, and that somebody else should have already been in place. So I think that was the thing, that, you know, did I need some help at some point where I wasn't able to deal with the injuries or the emotions that of my own expectations about the sport. And also it's very different how males and females, the kind of support that they need is different. So for me, I need to, for a girl to perform well, she has to have that emotional safety. She needs to have that emotional this thing, and they're going to flourish. But same thing for a male athlete is very different. You know, you tell them this is what you need to do and this is how you need to do it, and maybe they will do it. But the support for a female athlete versus a male athlete is very different. So even from the psychology point of view, from the sleep point of view, from everything, it's very different for a male and female athlete, and individualized even in like females and male athletes. So that thing, an athlete always wants somebody to understand them, to understand where they're coming from, to understand their pain, to understand whatever they're going through. So I think that kind of support, the individualized support, is what is needed.
One last question before I let the athlete in you go away. Obviously, you're going to be back as a sports medicine specialist in a bit. The question I have in mind for you is, when you talk about the athletes want somebody, how confident are athletes in confiding in someone? I'm not necessarily talking about a psychologist, but sometimes athletes are wary of information being used against them. If as an athlete I come and tell a federation president or a secretary or a state association secretary that I'm going through something, am I afraid that it will be held against me at some point of time and I'll be dropped from the team, maybe I'm dropped from the squad, or they hold it against me at some point of time? Does it hold me back as an athlete from confiding in people?
Definitely. Also, it's like who you confide in. When you're confiding in somebody, when you're talking to a sports psychologist, you have to have faith on them, and it's vice versa. That faith is built over conversations, and that faith comes from, I'm going to be able to tell this person anything, and I know for 100% that they will just keep it to themselves. And they will support me in the way that the only reason I'm revealing it to them is because they will hold it in good faith, and that will help them help me. So knowing whom to go to, like you cannot, of course, an athlete will not tell their story to everybody, but they will have a certain person who is their anchor, and that may be the sports psychologist, that may be the doctor, that may be the physio who's on the team. But knowing for 100% that the information that I'm going to reveal to them is something that they're going to keep it with themselves, and they're not going to use it against me. That's where faith builds.
What are those two things that you want changed in the Indian system at this point of time? As an athlete, what are just those two things that you would like changed at this moment so that athletes find a safe environment to train and to compete and to live their normal lives?
One is coaches' education about what they need to do, how they need to do, and first of all, how they need to communicate. Second thing is the awareness on the athlete's point of view that, this is, today in India, this is the help that is present and how I can get that help. So I think bridging that gap are the two things that I would...
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Kathy. It was tough for her, I can promise you, as a doctor, to go back to being an athlete and relive some of those moments. But thank you for doing this for us. What it does is it sets the tone for the rest of the day, because we will have sports scientists, including Kathy, who will try and make us understand what wellness is and how we can get better as a sporting nation. As we move toward 2036, we have aspirations of hosting the Olympic Games and the Youth Olympic Games. What are those things that India needs to do collectively so that we get better as a sporting nation? Thank you for setting the tone for this. Karthik, if you're here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Karthik, are you here? Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much, Dr. Kathy and Mr. Rajaramam, for this wonderful session. So now I'd like to invite Anand Kumaran to honor Dr. Kathy. Thank you so much. The next session is going to be the panel discussion about athlete wellness. For this, I'd like to welcome Aradhna Sharma, Nutrigic Wellness High Performance Consultant, and Monica Sharma, founder of Sleep Moksha, and Divya Jain, sports psychologist from Fortis Healthcare. I'd like to request Mr. Rajaramam to moderate this session.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We might need a turn. No, that's okay. You can both take the seat. Yeah. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, good enough. Can we have one more mic, please? So leave it on. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not going to waste much time. We heard Kathy Vakharia, the athlete, talk to us about what are those things that an athlete looks for from a wellness perspective. Let me start with you, Divya, as a psychologist, because the mind plays a big role. in either perceiving a safe environment or not perceiving a safe environment. The alarm bells start ringing in the mind. From your own experience, can you tell me what is athlete wellness from a psychologist perspective first? Then we'll quickly look at where we are today and how we're going forward.
So even when the WHO talks about mental well-being, right, it's not just about not having a disorder, depression, anxiety, things like that. You're talking about the ability to cope with everyday stressors that come into your life, the ability to realize your potential and make sure that all the barriers that are there for that are not there, to learn well, to work well, and to be able to contribute to society. These are the 4 aspects of mental wellness in general. And I think that these translate, when we're talking about wellness and athlete wellness, it's important to look at athletes as people. And so I think that the same factors somewhere that impact all of us at large also impact athletes. Yes, there are challenges, there are stressors that are unique to sport also. But I think first of all, we need to look at it as at a very, very human level.
Right. Since we're talking about the emotional aspect of sport and wellness, it's not just psychology, right? It's also the kind of food that athletes eat, the kind of dietary habit that they've got. It's what parents tell kids, it's what coaches ask them to do. Aradhana Sharma is a very seasoned nutritionist, somebody who's worked with lots of athletes in Madhya Pradesh and around the country. Madhya Pradesh, I'm taking the name of the state because they invested in developing a good facility in Bhopal. Your own experience, you worked with the Army Sports Institute as well. Your own experience, purely from a nutrition point of view, where are we as in terms of wellness of athletes?
Thank you. So when I speak only with nutrition and wellness point of view, yes, we have come a long way, but we have to go a long way. In India, I mean, if you talk purely about sports and wellness, the rest of the world is much ahead of us because they follow what is being told to them. In India, there are a lot of myths prevailing around the diet and nutrition and all that, which actually affects not only the performance and health, but also the mental status of the athlete. So, I mean, there are certain foods that can affect your overall health and performance, your energy levels. There are certain food which don't go too well when it comes to your recovery, but then those are the norms set by the society or the traditional beliefs and all that. So that does affect, I mean, I'll just give you a very simple example of having milk, which is of course, I mean, really a good food in itself, complete meal in itself. But when it comes to having what type of milk, so in India traditionally, if you're physically active, you need to have full fat milk. Okay, agreed. But then 2 to 3 liters of that, it takes a lot of space, you know, in your diet. And higher the fat, slower your body becomes. And it's not only you will not be performing too well, but also it affects, like a lot of fat affects your body composition and overall your health also. So when it comes to wellness of athlete, we are still relying not only on the science, we are relying a lot that what we learn in the society, and the diet has not become sports specific. It's still like we have a long way to go with the learnings that if we have to catch up and keep moving where the world is moving, we need to rely more on the scientific evidence rather than what, I mean, with all due respect, what my neighbor says or what my nani dadi used to do. So we need to follow a lot of science in that matter.
Thank you, Aradhana. I think the earliest known recovery mechanism for an athlete was sleep. And as India's first sleep scientist, or one of the early movers into the sleep science domain, how important is sleep for an athlete? We all know, but from a scientist's perspective, what role does sleep play in recovery? What role does sleep play in an athlete's performance actually?
Thank you, Mr. Rajaraman, for that question. I always say sleep is the new kid on the block as compared to other fields. We still have a lot to learn in the space of sleep health, but we've come a long way. Now we understand why sleep is important for athletes, how it works in athletes, how it can make or mar an athlete's career. Also, we now understand the connections with circadian rhythms and how our body behaves during wakefulness versus night mechanisms. So answering your question about, yes, sleep is the single most efficient recovery method known to athletes. And so sleep is a very fascinating process, Mr. Rajaraman. There are numerous physiological processes that take place while we are asleep, especially when we go to different stages of sleep: light sleep, deep sleep, REM sleep. And the beauty is that each of these stages are responsible for particular restoration or recovery. So in terms of, if we talk about deep sleep, in terms of muscle regeneration, which is very critical for athletes' performance, that is what makes them bigger and faster and stronger. So the biggest pulse of human growth hormone, also testosterone, takes place during deep sleep. So which emphasize that why we really need to understand sleep more specifically in these athletes, because depending on how well they are sleeping, and when we say how well, generally sleep is understood in terms of duration of sleep, understandable how long they are sleeping, also the quality of sleep, how deep they are sleeping, and also the timing. But apart from that, what I would like to highlight is that there are certain number of athletes who are prone to be developing certain difficulties, sleep difficulties. And also there are certain types of sports which make an athlete vulnerable for those underlying sleep disorders. So that is what I would like to highlight today, that it's not just about the duration and the quality and the timing, which are important, three important buckets, what makes or defines healthy sleep, but we also need to understand the prevalence of sleep and circadian disorders in Indian athletes, because till the time we don't really identify them, we'll not be able to do justice in terms of recovery.
Right, so I want to understand from the three of you, and we'll follow the same order. When an athlete says that he or she wants a safe environment, and since you've all worked with athletes in the last few years, each of you comes with rich experience. I want you to share with the audience, where are we in terms of athlete wellness? Where is India at this point of time in terms of athlete wellness, from a psychologist perspective, from a nutritionist perspective, and from a sleep scientist perspective?
So we're still a very, very long way away from where we should be. Stigma is one of the biggest barriers when it comes to, from a psychological perspective, stigma is one of the biggest barriers. What will people say? Even now, people will not talk about visiting a psychologist very openly. Some of them do, it becomes a nice headline sometimes, but most people are not comfortable yet opening up, and that's fair enough. So stigma and lack of awareness. And this is the reason why actually 75% of people who have a mental health problem, even in developed countries, actually not just in developing countries, don't reach out for help, because what will people say? And especially in a context like sport, which is associated with so much strength, there are a lot of external factors that determine our selection, that determine our success, our media presence, that people are very reluctant of what that would be like. At the same time, our own awareness about it is a bit limited as well. So when I talk to athletes, as part of my doctoral research, they say, I don't need it, I'm fine, but I think other people should take it, and they don't take it because they feel like it'll make them feel weak. So there is that attitude and behavior mismatch that is also going on. It's just not something that we're addressing well enough at all. I mean, there's currently a 300% shortage of psychologists in the country. And here we're talking about psychologists who deal with mental health disorders, right? So 1 in 7 people have a mental health disorder, but all 7 people have mental health. So even those 6 out of 7 who don't have depression, anxiety, OCD and things like that are also struggling with the day-to-day challenges of life. So if we actually look at that entire spectrum of regular stresses, ups and downs, highs and lows, sleep difficulties, body image related issues, we're just about scratching the surface.
Aradhana?
So where we go from here is actually we need to understand a little better the concept.
I'd like you to focus at the moment on where we are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in terms of athlete wellness and nutrition.
Yes, so where we are is, I'll put in a very, very simple, and what I have seen right from the grassroots to even at the high performance level, that more you work out, just more you eat and you are good to go. So it doesn't work like that. Their nutrients affect not only your body but your brain also in a different manner. So we need to be more precise on that. Another thing where we are right now is, one big thing is that everybody knows everything. Like, I know what I'm doing, I know about food, I have been eating this throughout. I mean, the coaches said in our times we used to do this, so the athlete has to do that. So it's like everybody knows everything, and that is spoiling it a lot, because anybody will prescribe you everything then. So it is, and when we talk about nutrition, it is a customized thing. Even in the same team, everyone doesn't have the same requirement. Their gut health may be different. So this is something we do need to take as an individual approach. It doesn't, one size doesn't fit all. If I prepare a menu for the whole community, not everybody will be getting nourished with the same menu. So it has to be more individualized, and people need to understand that nutrition is a science, it's not an opinion. I just tell everybody that, everything is scientific. It's based on proper knowing things with the evidence that what is and how it is going to work in your body. It's not that someday I wake up and then I just say, okay, I'm going to preach about this because I think it is right. It is not an opinion, it is the science. Now, how do we proceed? Where do we go? We need to understand and actually make people, our athletes and coaches, more aware about the concept of gut-brain axis that we are not yet talking a lot about, because your gut does a lot for your brain. So, and of course the connection is, similar. So many a times you'll see with people are too stressed. I mean, for the athletes, they come to us and they say, my stomach is upset. They feel that it's some, they caught some infection, but many a times it's the stress which is actually affecting their gut. So there is a deep connection between our digestive system and the brain. So, and I tell everyone then, your body, if you consider, if you want to be an elite athlete, so your body, if you consider it to be a Mercedes, you can't be putting kerosene in it and just feel that you are going to get good results, good mileage. So you have to feed your body what you, the way you actually want to perform. So you have to treat your body as an, an elite equipment, and that's how you need to feed it accordingly. I mean, if the Mercedes require a high-grade petrol, it cannot, run on the engine will die. So that is where we need to go. People need to start understanding that nutrients do matter. I have a lot of cases, I have a lot of examples that I could quote, where, actually food, not only food, something as simple as water, it affects a lot of things. And I have worked with one Olympian athlete. When started working with him, he was not having enough water and the nutrients, some of the micronutrients. And he was really, really good athlete, but only because of this he was getting tired and all, very disciplined. But just because of this one thing, he was getting tired. So we tried to fix this, according to his lifestyle, his training program and all that. And he for sure did, qualify for Olympics and all that. So there are things, minute changes, and one thing is, listen to the people who know a little more about you. You cannot know it all. So, and it's not like if you can't follow 100%, don't give up, at least try to follow 50%. So there will be some betterment. We don't expect the change overnight, but then little change, and if we keep moving forward, is going to help us a lot.
Thank you, Aradhana. Dr. Monica Sharma, nascent field of science, sleep sciences. Where exactly is India in at this point of time, purely from a sleep perspective and athlete wellness?
Sure. So, Mr. Rajaraman, there is this omnipresent idea about sleep in our society, right? So, and when we talk about athletes or when we talk about sports science, I always say that sleep is the most ignored and least understood topics of sleep science. And what I very commonly see in our athletes, unfortunately, and also in the whole athletic community, is that athletes who are tolerating insufficient sleep are celebrated. That's a problem, right? We never question an infant who's sleeping for 17 to 18 hours a day, right? Because we know it is essential for its brain development and growth. But then the shaming around sleeping, labeling them, calling them oversleeper, that is something that needs to change. So there is a lot of stigma around just meeting the biological needs, right? And we just understood that sleep is critical when it comes to restoration, both physical and cognitive. And here we're talking about elite athletes, but also at grassroots level, this is basic biological need that our athletes need to fulfill on a regular basis. And recovery, what many athletes understand is something that they prioritize, what I see only before a big match or competition, that also needs to change. They need recovery on daily basis. They need to strategize. They need to prioritize sleep on daily basis, and not just before they have a big event, competition or tournament lined up. So I think changing that mentality, promoting the culture where sleep is celebrated, it is looked up, sleep is promoted by all the organizations at all the levels, is something which really is important if we are serious about taking sleep science to the next level, if we are talking about our athletes performing at the stage to the best of their biological best. So we have a long way to go when it comes to sleep in general as a society, but yes, there's quite ignorance. The ignorance is quite profound, about sleep health in general as well.
So let me start this round with you, Dr. Monica Sharma. What are some things that can be done to ensure that sleep science gets the respect that it deserves? It kind of, the acceptance level, not only by the support system, but also by the athletes, enhances, because at the end of the day, the athlete is the one who's the most important person in the room. The elephant in the room is the athlete, and we want the athlete to be happy. What are some things that can be done to enhance sleep science awareness?
Sure. So for that, I would like to congratulate the organizers today, for making this happen and bringing sleep to the forefront, something which I've been doing for several years now. It's high time that we serve sleep the VIP seat that it deserves, and it becomes, it's incorporated in that algorithm and in that formula of high performance. It's high time. And also what I'll start is that we need to really start sleep education, which is science-based. So really the starting point, I would say, is that we need to have more of such conversations, more of these discussions happening, and educating our athletes, our coaches, all the organizations dealing with athletes at the elite as well as grassroots level, promoting the culture of sleep, I would say. And most importantly, Mr. Rajaraman, we have to start screening, assessing our athletes for any underlying sleep disorders, because the prevalence is quite high. As I mentioned, that the type of athlete, the type of sport that they're playing makes them vulnerable for certain sleep difficulties. If I talk about insomnia across the board, that is something that are very commonly seen in athletes. Then there are other common sleep disorders, especially which I see in sports which are contact sports, where strength, power, all of these are important aspects. So think about football, think about hockey, think about rugby, and we see that the prevalence of sleep disorders are especially high in these. And that is because they present with a certain body specific in terms of high body mass and also neck circumference, which unfortunately puts them at a higher risk of developing certain sleep disorders. So we really need to be more rigorous when it comes to screening our athletes for any underlying sleep disorders, apart from common sleep disturbances, which we do understand. Also, I very commonly see movement disorders in athletes, especially in rugby. So, and the movements are not just restricted, also football, I would say, and basketball, also runners. That is something that I very commonly see in my practice, which is not just limited to their legs, but also their arms. So there are sleep disorders prevalent in athletes, right? And we cannot really fully get the results that we are aiming with sleep sacrificed, with insufficient sleep, with poor quality sleep, with timings of sleep, circadian rhythms, of course, and so many other aspects. So I would say that we need to start with sleep education first thing first, followed by screening, assessment, and also then giving science-based, evidence-based sleep interventions. So that is how I would like to see.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Sure.
Monica Sharma. Divya, what are some things that India can do to ensure, purely from a psychologist perspective, that Indian athletes at all levels, not just the elite levels, find a safe environment and are comfortable to be able to give off their best performances?
So one, I think we need to have a lot more conversations like this where we're talking to sport scientists from other fields, because I do feel like sometimes there's a bit of mistrust, a bit territorialness that comes in, and I think that there's space for everyone, and it's important for everyone to know what the other person does. So if we can have a lot more such conversations, I think that will be really helpful. At the same time, we need to break it down. Mental training and mental well-being both have to start from the grassroots. A lot of times we get called in now for the 2024 Olympic Games, and there's frankly not much you can do at a stage like this. But can you start preparing for 2032? Yes, that's something where you can really, really play an impact. So I think we need to split that up, focus a lot more on grassroots as well, and of course support our elite athletes. Here, I feel like two aspects. One is mental health literacy. This also includes basic life skills that players are taught so that they can navigate with the challenges of life, which will also be a part of sport. Staff, everyone involved, the person who's talking to them right after their match, the person who's last meets them before they go into their tournament, what to say, what not to say, the basics of it. So I think these are the different roles that we need to look at.
Aradhana, I'm not asking you this question because you already answered what needs to be done. You've already told us what can be done. I want you to tell us, picking up from what Divya just said, more conversations, interdisciplinary conversations. What has stopped us from doing this? Why are we working in silos? Why are coaches not talking to all the scientists at the same time? Why are coaches, according to you, okay, I want your own perception on where are we going wrong with certain things that can ensure that athlete wellness, their well-being is looked after?
That starts right from the trust building at the early stage. Not only at the high performance level, but at the lower levels of it also, where it all starts, the trust building. Just when you were having a conversation with Kathy, like what she said, that you need to know who you are talking to or who you can confide in, you can go and speak with. So here, yes, so true, we are all working in silos, which is really, really a sad situation, because if we all work in team, so many a times it happens that an athlete has come to me, and I'll just quote an example here. There was a girl, I counseled her, and I thought she isn't looking too well. She came the next day to check something, and I just asked her to sit down, and I asked her, "You're not looking right, there is something wrong." So she said, "Yes, I'm not well." I said, "You're physically looking fine. Is there something hurting you?" And she just sat there. And I could see the sadness, and she said, "I haven't slept for," so it involves all three. She said, "I haven't slept good for last 1 week. Why? Because she was being harassed by someone. I said, "Did you speak with the psychologist?" She said, "I don't know if she will go and tell someone else." I said, and she said, "I know you because you don't deal in psychology." So then I told that girl, "No, I can assure you that she's not going to tell, but you go on your own, and then later I told the psychologist that this is what is happening. I cannot handle the case because it's beyond my, competencies. So why don't you, so during their normal session, she called her, and then that girl started to open up, and I'm so happy that the person who was harassing her, I'm so thankful to the system that took the, stand, and they saved the girl and the person who was harassing her. So this is what happens, because an athlete may not be opening to me all the time, but he or she may be talking to someone else. So if just think of it, if we start working as a team, how beautiful it will be that the athlete feels safe. He or she can go to someone and talk about the issues, but to get the whole system working together, we need to understand that we are not competing with each other. Our goal is same. We are there for athletes' well-being, for their wellness. We want good for them. We are building an environment for them so they can flourish, so they can reach the optimum level of performance. So this is like amongst ourselves, we need to build that we are working as a team, and we are working on the athlete, and the goal is to make him or her perform. I'm not talking about medals. We are working on the wellness so that they can perform to their optimum level, whatever it is. So yes, the system needs to build more trust around trusting us, and we see it goes down to the athlete, because he or she sees that these professionals are not trusting each other. So the athlete will not trust you. Sometimes the coaches will ask them not to go and talk to the professionals because the coach thinks that they will take away my athlete. I have had that conversation with coaches that I am not going to, take away your athlete or your limelight. I'm here only to support because I mean well for your athlete. So that we have to start, and that we have to start at the grassroots level. Because when they come to the elite level, there are already some conditioning which has happened, and it becomes difficult to change.
Thank you so much, Aradhana. The one amazing thing, I'm sure the audience agrees with me, is that all three of them haven't taken a single athlete's name. I think that's how you build trust.
Yes.
Right? And it's truly amazing, because it's very easy for any of them to say, I've worked with X athlete, and that athlete has risen to be an Olympic Games medalist or a Paralympic Games medalist, or that athlete has become the CEO of a company. None of them is claiming credit for that. I think we need more people like you, more conversations, as you pointed out,
Thank you.
who protect the confidentiality of the athlete. I think it's the need of the hour, and maybe greater interdisciplinary work. You tell me, Dr. Monica Sharma, is there a severe problem in terms of different aspects of science coming together and working as one?
I do feel so, Dr. Rajaraban, and I think this is
That's
high
a sad
time.
thing, but
It hurts, because I know that if you're talking about recovery, and that is the ultimate goal, right? So if you're talking about enhanced recovery, and if you're talking about peak performance, for example, sleep and diet go hand in hand. For example, sleep and mental health, we share a bidirectional relationship. But it hurts to see that we don't have any program which tackles all the three important aspects in one program. So maybe it'll be fantastic to have all the components covered together in one program, if that can be incorporated. So in terms of science, yes, also, Khyati made a very important point that, and something that I follow in my practice, is that meeting the athlete where he or she is in his journey, that is very crucial. So confidentiality is one thing, that needs to be prioritized at all the levels, right? And having that trust, having that rapport building, and that takes time. It's a process, right? And so I will say with sleep education also that, many times it happens that when I'm going out giving lectures, webinars, sometimes they're online, sometimes they're offline. So sometimes organizations think that one-time sleep talk, is enough. But what I also want to recommend here is that ideally sleep optimizing talks, or such health talks, or such promoting the idea of sleep health should be done on regular basis. And if it can be done, including screening, it should be done at the start of the season. So this should be repeated at regular intervals, because that's what I see. When I go, I speak to them in their academy, at their institute, it makes an impact. I see that change in mindset, and some of them are also able to follow. But the question is, how long will they be able to sustain? So we need to go and hammer the same thing again, because this takes time. And this is especially important for younger elite athletes, because I'm working with a lot of them. It is very, very crucial that we keep hammering the same point again and again, because that is the only way how it is going to work. And if we can have the other components of recovery and performance coming together, and we can incorporate and come up with that kind of idea, I think that will be fantastic.
Thank you very much for being so candid, Dr. Monica Sharma. Psychologists will always tell you they want to work in silos, because it gets tough. What you hear from the athlete is unique. They probably don't share as much with other scientists as they do with psychologists once they build the trust. Is it difficult for psychologists to work with, I'm not saying you do, I know you work with others, but is it difficult for psychology as a branch of science to integrate itself with other branches of science as well and work for the development and the well-being of an athlete?
I actually don't think it's difficult at all, because we have to realize that these are all components of the same journey, right? In fact, not just nutrition, sleep, I think even injuries is some place where psychology does have a major role to play, preventing them, and in terms of rehab, we were talking, Dr. Khyati and I were talking before the session as well. And in fact, what happens is, so I think there's a bit of a dichotomy here. What happens very often is, when a psychologist goes as a very integral part of the system, what we've noticed in a lot of places, let's say an academy or an organization hires a psychologist, suddenly there's a trust barrier, because people feel like, if I talk to this person, they're going to share it with the organization, because the client is the organization. And what we have to ensure is, so sometimes having a somewhat of an outsider, so-called, a consultant going in, does help bridging that gap, that you are very clear in terms of who your client is. And your client needs to be the athlete at all times. And so I think sometimes there is a bit of a tussle that goes on in that perspective. But if we're able to keep that central, that yes, we need to work together, we all need to collaborate, we need to talk more often, but the athlete is at the center, not the team, not the federation, not anyone else.
One final question to this panel. Aradhana, let me start with you by asking you, what is that one thing that has not happened for sport nutrition to get the kind of recognition that it deserves, to get the kind of acceptance levels within the sports ecosystem, not just the coach and the family, but also the athlete and everyone else around? What is that one thing, according to you, that we can do to improve greater acceptance in terms of nutrition?
So it is again as simple as that I know it all, and not putting in the trust in the process. But one thing that I would like to highlight here, that nutrition is not something that is going to fix the problem overnight. We need to start talking about the overtraining happening in India, because nutrition goes along with the training. Athlete has only certain capacity of the stomach, how much food he or she can eat. But if the athlete keeps overtraining, we can't keep feeding, so the injury has to happen. So and we need to again start that at a younger age. It's like more is not always always merrier. You need to really work smart. And I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but that is not only at the grassroots, but even at the elite level, I see overtraining is the thing in India. It is happening at a big scale, and I had been very vocal about it, because it's like you can keep training the athlete, you can keep the machine moving over and over, but you cannot keep putting so much of food. So if an athlete needs to work out only for say 2,000 calories, and that's like the genuine thing they can, and if you make them work out for 4,000 calories, the overtraining kills your appetite also at times. And that is why in India the injury rate is very high. And that is, if one thing we can sort, that training the nutritional needs along with the like combining the nutrition along with the training. Today you train so much, you need to sleep so much, and you need to eat so much. It's like we have the same training plans running, and at the same time the nutrition we cannot tweak for each and everybody if they keep training, because you can only push the body so much. And after that, no matter how good a food we are giving them, no matter what kind of nutrients we are calculating and providing them in the diet, if they keep abusing the bodies by overtraining, it's not going to sort the problem.
Thank you so much. I think the overtraining is something that we will talk about at some length in the next session. But thank you for bringing that up, how overtraining can lead to injury, and how sometimes you are loading the body with a lot more calories than you really need. Thank you so much. Dr. Monica Sharma, what is that one thing that is that can be done to enhance acceptance levels of sleep science for athlete wellness?
Yeah, sure. I would just like to, I agree with what Aradhana ji just mentioned about overreaching or overtraining. We do understand functional overreaching, but what we really need to talk about is non-functional overreaching, right? So as she rightly mentioned, that we can stretch our body as much as, only as much as we recover. So I think when it comes to peak performance, we really need to understand that we need to approach performance with recovery first. So having recovery strategies in first should be this first step, if we really want to increase their training volumes. Because when they go out of proportion, when they are out of balance, that is when the problem starts. And also in terms of injuries, we know that sleep is a prominent predictor of injuries and also concussion, right? And we do know that sleep plays a very major role in terms of cognitive restoration. So in terms of how brain is recovering and the part of the brains which are responsible especially for executive functioning, where the decision making, where judgment and all the elite cognitive skills come from, they are severely impaired with poor sleep. So I think we need to really talk more about overtraining syndrome as well, which is very commonly, as Aradhana ji mentioned, very common and something which is not, I think, talked so much that it should be. And then again, Mr. Rajaraman, I'll go back to the same point, which is that we need to have more of such conversations, because in India, genuinely, because we don't have experts, so ignorance is quite profound. So we need to talk about importance of sleep for general well-being, for peak performance, for enhanced recovery. And once recovery with sleep is in place, then there's a lot that we can achieve when it comes to peak performance.
Thank you so much, Divya. What is that one thing? Oh, you have three. Lovely.
So one is, I think that more and more role models need to start talking about mental health and well-being. A Virat Kohli or a Deepika Padukone talking about mental health has so much more of an impact than 1,000 workshops I've taken over 15 years. Second, mental training right now is not considered a part of training. You ask any athlete what their training schedule is, they will not talk about training the mind. So I think that vocabulary needs to change, and training the mind, the psychological aspects need to be seen and perceived as a core aspect of training. And the third is that we need to start as young as possible and equip children with the skills to be able to deal with sports.
Thank you so much. Aradhana here must be wondering why I have not raked up one of my favorite subjects, and she knows what it is. It's doping. I'll just take one question. I won't let you go away without that. A lot of athletes ask for supplements, right? Nutritional supplements. I'm sure a lot of young athletes who are sitting here and who are watching us on various channels are taking supplements, Aradhana. And I know for a fact that the Indian diet, whether it's the North Indian diet or the South Indian diet, is a pretty balanced diet. And why is it that athletes keep asking for supplements? And why is it that, because I know a lot of doping happens because of contaminated supplements, right? They run the risk of being banned because you've taken a supplement believing it's clean, but it is coming up with contamination. A lot of athletes have come up with that. What can we do to stop athletes from asking for nutritional supplements? Because if you go to a gym, the trainer there is pushing you to buy a box of protein. You go to the best coaches, they say you must take supplements. So where are we going wrong? Why is it that we are asking for so much supplement?
There are a couple of things about it. One is what they saw and learned from somewhere else. They don't, and again, it's the lack of awareness till it goes to their brain. And it's not only athletes, more than athletes, the coach asks for supplement. And I have been known, or for asking the coach again, tell me how much are you doing the trainings according to what the foreigners are doing? If you are, following your own system, then why do you want to only for diet and supplement you want to follow someone else? So this is something, again, lack of awareness a lot. And there is a lot of times, I'm not saying always, but most of the time you can get the nutrients through your diet, but you have to be very, very disciplined. I see athletes and coaches disciplined about the time, report at the ground at 6 and leave the ground at 8. But then after 8, if the athlete is going to eat at 10, like he or she will go take bath, do their pujas and all stuff, and then eat at 10, then you have missed the recovery window. So the discipline, the indiscipline, I would say, about the food consumption, because in sports nutrition it matters at what time, how much and what you eat. If you don't do that, and then the supplement comes as a quick fix for overtraining again. So that is one thing. So I tell the coaches, see, I cannot fix what you are spoiling every day in the ground. So it's not like, you just keep asking for the supplement and it's going to do wonders. No, it's not going to do. I always maintain one thing, just prove to me that you're doing justice to your natural diet, then I will see if you need the supplements. So that is one thing. And second is just, sorry to say, following the foreigners, because we went to training, and one thing which is like really spoiling is social media and the celebrities endorsing the supplements without knowing what exactly in it. And I tell my athletes that, I'll just give you another example. One of my athlete comes with a supplement picture, and when I read the ingredients, I said, no, this is not right, because there are a lot of, some jadi booties and some certain chemicals which can put you in trouble. So I said, why do you want to take it? And now I'll take name of a celebrity, I'm so sorry to, he said, because Sonu Sood uses it. He is advertising for it. So this is like where you're getting for. So I tell them, see, because he doesn't go for, international runs, and he doesn't go for the championships, and he gets paid for it. So please understand where you're getting your information. Nothing against the media and all that, but the source of information, again, another thing, I interviewed around 350 athletes for one of the research, playing at an elite level, and there was a question in the survey, where do you get your knowledge about the supplement from, or who would you? And you will not believe, the sports medicine doctor or the nutritionist were not at the top. The first one was the coach, and second one was the vendor who sells them the supplement. So this is what awareness is required. We are moving ahead, but the speed is very slow. If our elite athletes are still trusting the vendor, the supplier of the supplement, then we are in trouble.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
I'd
Dr.
just like to
Sharma.
add to
Yes.
what Aradhana ji has mentioned, because I get to hear that a lot in my clinic when it comes to sleep aids as well. So a lot of athletes are interested in knowing from me about sleep aids, especially melatonin. And unfortunately, melatonin is available, on the shelves as OTCs, and I see athletes, kids, general population popping in as candies, right? And then again, we don't know, because they are not FDA approved. So we don't know what percentage. And by the end of the day, melatonin is a hormone. So we are supplementing that, and we don't know what is really the percentage, and we don't have many well-designed studies, right? So we don't know what's really going on. The name says melatonin, but how much is the percentage? We do use melatonin very judiciously in our clinical practice, so it really needs to be the right case, to be prescribing. So we prescribe melatonin. So a lot of times athletes do come to me and ask for sleep supplements and sleep aids as well. And that also brings me to another point, which is substance abuse. So a lot of people are using caffeine, and they are also using alcohol as a sleep aid, and I see that in athletes as well. So that was just in addition to what you were discussing.
Thank you so much. This has been a very invigorating session, and I think there is great learning from this. While I've had conversations with each of you before, it's the first time that all of you are coming together, and I'm so glad. Sendil, wherever you are, thank you very much for putting this together. Thank you so much, Sendil, for this. I think Coimbatore has taken the lead, Kovai as you guys call it, has taken the lead in bringing wonderful scientists together. I wish we had more time, but we can take a couple of audience questions. I missed it out the last time, so I seek your forgiveness. Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself and then ask your question, and also identify the specialist that you want to have. And my request is keep your questions really short, because we are bad on time today.
Thank you. First of all, absolutely agree with you. Wonderful, wonderful panel. Lovely conversation. Great to see 3 women experts on the panel.
I think I should step away.
My question is for Dr. Monica. So one of the things, you all mentioned Indian culture in a way, and the way our society behaves, and there's a lot of shaming about sleep, right? And as you rightly pointed out, that lack of sleep is glorified, and not just in sports, otherwise too. There is one concept, thanks to social media, that we've come across is how kids are allotted nap times in school in certain countries. Of course, the concept is alien in our country, but would you think, and you said that we need to start really early. Do you think this is a concept that can be introduced successfully in India, introducing nap times?
Absolutely, yes. Sleep is a skill. It's a life skill, unfortunately. At Sleep Moksha, I say that my vision really is to re-simplify sleep. We have made it so complex. It's not supposed to be like that at first place. So yes, I really think that introducing sleep education for parents, which I do a lot in my clinical practice, I do take sessions with teachers and principals. So we are developing sleep programs for children across all age groups. You did mention about younger kids, but I would also like to highlight the state of sleep in teens. It is a silent epidemic. Most of them are sleeping late, and biology has its role to play here. So a lot of physiological processes. So from developmental point of view, from growth point of view, sleep is absolutely critical. And at my son's school, at least, we do appreciate and we do have nap time for them when they are younger, at toddler's age. But then, yes, it is something I would love to see more of nap rooms in the school as much as in corporates. So yes, the answer is yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Srinivas Rao has got a question.
Hi, my question is for Aradhana. So, a couple of years ago, I happened to be in Odisha where I was, I met a small girl at the high performance weightlifting academy. This girl was from the tribal area in Odisha, like some 400 kilometers into the interiors from Bhubaneswar. They got her, initially she ran away from the institute because she couldn't adjust. She was just 11 or 12 years old. So they went, fetched her, got her back, be part of the... So there's this Iranian coach who was like an Olympian, Miss Punjabi or something, I don't remember the exact name. Now this man, among other things, was talking about nutrition to these kids, right? Now suddenly, and this girl is a tribal girl. Now suddenly, where she's come from, now they're talking about eating grilled food, consuming this much protein, and have this kind of chicken and whatever your diet should consume. No, the reality was that where that girl was coming from, her parents couldn't put a meal twice in a day on the table. So you are used to eating dal with a lot of pani. Suddenly your life changes and you are expected to eat whatever grams of protein every day. Is there somebody, tracking this at a very kind of grassroots level? Because I think that's where your system begins to, your immunity begins to build. Shouldn't this be like kind of happening at a very basic level? What's happening at probably when athletes have arrived in life?
So sadly, we are not tracking because of a lot of lacunas in the system. At times, people don't want us to track. If there is again, with all due respect, with the foreign trainers and all that, if they are saying something, it becomes the rule. Okay. Again, I keep quoting the examples, but I have so many of them. I was working with an academy where they had got some foreign consultants and all that. One of them comes to me and tells that, these boys are eating a lot of rice. You need to take away rice from their plates. And I was like, why would you say that? That guy is doing really, really well and I said, he's eating equal amount of chicken and eggs and, he's taking his dairy. So he says, no, but the rice is so much. So then we have to, at times, I put my foot down. I pulled up the body composition report of that boy. I showed him, see, he has such and such lean mass, good fat percentage and everything. This is what he grew up eating with. I cannot take everything away from him. It is a gradual practice. So I cannot, just because you are saying so and you prove me wrong. Here is on the paper, I'm showing you all the reports. He's doing good just because you didn't grow up eating certain things, you cannot take it away from someone else's plate. See, food again has a lot of impact, like psychological, because if I take away the food which the child is growing up eating, it's going to backfire in one way or other, because we in India are emotionally connected with food at each and every stage. So yes, tracking needs to happen. Unfortunately, it's not happening right now. And when we get, I work with a lot of athletes at the younger age, 9-10 years also. So when we change the habits gradually, because I tell them, see, training also, when they come, you start conditioning them for the full training. You just don't start training them the next day. So nutrition is even slower than that, because you have to train your brain to accept new kind of food. So yes, as Rajraman just was saying, that our Indian diet is not, it's not like it's lacking. Yes, at times you need more protein, but that can be fixed. But when it comes to preparing new people or new kids or new athlete for a new kind of diet, it has to be very slow process. They do need protein, but it doesn't mean that just the next day, if they need 50 grams protein more, it's not, because your body cannot tolerate, just like today you are getting 20 and tomorrow I make it 60. It's like your body takes time to adapt to anything. So again, yes, we are not right there where we should be, but that approach is not right, that a kid who is growing up and just we throw up so much throw so much on the kid. So
Yes, Ram.
Yeah. I have a question for Dr. Monica and Aradhana, I think both of you, the same question. So we know that all the athletes are traveling one place to another place, home and away. And again, so we have concluded the discussion in a very well. And again, it will be like a disturbing of the sleep as well as the food. Okay. So do you have such kind of a system or protocol? So what is the plus or minus range? How do they can come up with that kind of a problem? So they are going to meet the particular important matches. Is there any protocol, any, I think, science or any research has been done?
Yeah, so yes, athletes do face challenges when it comes to sleep, especially when they are traveling for their competitions. And especially what I very commonly see in my practice is that they typically will have a rough night in foreign environment that they're sleeping in, right? So sometimes they have to travel a lot, and it'll be a different hotel, and sometimes it's not that comfortable, etc. So we see a lot of disturbed sleep, and also the onset of sleep is a problem typically that we see in these athletes. But then this is pretty much a part of sleep optimization strategies that we work on. So because we know beforehand that this is going to be a concern with most of them, also when they are traveling, right? Especially when they are taking flights, they are jet lagged. So jet lag management, travel management is a core component of my sleep's optimization trainings when we are working with athletes, not just at elite level, but also grassroots level, because whether they're traveling by train or they're traveling by air, and also whether they are traveling west side or east side. So there are a lot of nitty-gritties involved, when it comes, because here what we are doing, especially with jet lag, is we are looking at their circadian rhythms, and we really want them to adapt to the new time zone and the new environment as fast as possible. So jet lag management, travel schedule, etc. These are very core components of sleep optimization when it comes to athletes.
When it comes to diet, I always guide my athletes. I train them. I take the lectures on that. For travel nutrition, because that is really important. You cannot be going to a competition when you're empty stomach or undernourished, because then your chances for winning are really less. So I tell everybody, research your destination. See, we all have the plan when we are traveling, when we are landing, when is our tournament, but we don't have what we are going to eat before the tournament in a new location, and even the recovery plan when it comes to nutrition. So I always tell them, you need to research the destination. If it is, even like forget about traveling out of India, within India, when the athlete travels, say from south, if he or she is traveling to Punjab or Rajasthan, the eating patterns are the food patterns are really different. So in that case, first thing is, we tell athletes, you should be putting your taste buds aside when it comes to food for training. you should see how it is going to affect my performance the next day or the day after if I don't eat this food or if I eat this food. So, and yes, when they are traveling, they are a lot of time they are stressed. So generally, if we are dealing with the athlete, we know their comfort food. So we do at times allow them to carry that comfort food with them, so they can rest well and they know that okay, there is something comforting us. But then yes, they cannot be going undernourished there. So we do tell them what snacks to carry with them, and this becomes more of a problem when our vegetarian athletes travel to foreign destination where the food becomes a big issue. So generally a lot of options are available, and if nothing else, as a general guideline, I tell everybody there are few food items available in any corner of the world. One is banana, second is dairy product, then dry fruits, fresh fruits, nuts, milk, rice, and vegetables. These are the foods available in any corner of the world, and if you combine them well, when and how much to eat before and after training, the life is easier for them.
Thank you so much, Aradhana, Dr. Monica Sharma, and Divya for this wonderful session and for the great insight. If you have more questions of them, I'm sure you'll be able to meet them at lunch and ask questions. Tamil keta answer varade enna kootunga na vandu nekkuren. Right. I said if you ask them in Tamil, they will not be able to answer. Call me, I will interpret the questions for you. Yeah. So the idea is to engage. The idea is to learn from experts who are here. Thank you so much, the three of you. It's been wonderful. While I've had conversations with you before, this is unique. So thank you for gifting me this.
Thank you for presenting such an engaging speech, all three of you. I'd like to invite Mr. Pani Bhushan to honor the chief guest.
Can we do a picture? 4 hours?
Yes, please.
For 4 hours is more than me. So will you join us for a photograph? Sure, sir. Thank you. We'll get on the other side so we balance and put the rock stars in the center. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And the conclave sessions are going live on the Sporting India YouTube channel. If I hope everyone are aware of that. And Swarali, I think she shared the link to most of them. So the next session is also going to be the panel discussion about athlete wellness in physical point of view. Yeah, he's still on the stage. Okay, for this I'd like to welcome Mr. Ramji Srinivas, the former strength and conditioning coach for the World Cup bidding team 2009 to 2013. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Kathy again to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you. What we just did with three wonderful scientists is to understand the emotional part of athlete wellness. We're trying to use two wonderful people here, Dr. Khyati Vakaria, who's a sports medicine expert, and Ramji Srinivasan, who's, to my mind, India's foremost strength and conditioning expert. Two people who deal with athletes day in and day out, who have seen the physical part of athletes. Of course, they also deal with the mental side, but we'll try and focus more on what really athlete wellness is in terms of the physical part of the game. Ramji, let me start with you because you've traveled with a set of cricketers for many years. What is your perspective of athlete wellness?
First of all, okay. Thank you for the invite and really honored to be here. Thank you for patient listening. As far as I'm concerned, it has to be a very holistic approach. Be it mental or physical or social, it has to be taken into a complete comprehensive approach regarding wellness of an athlete. There is a small terminology as far as what fitness is all about. Basically, it is not only physical fitness, it's also your mental and social aspect of it and intellectual aspect of it. How you are able to harness these components in bringing the best in you and best performance over a period of time, so that there is no stone unturned. Everything is very, as far as high performance, as far as athlete wellness is concerned, a lot of loose ends to be tied up, a lot of components need to be addressed to, so that it's not one size fits all. It is also very bespoke. Every athlete is different. We are all like fingerprints. Everyone's needs are different, and how they approach the particular need and particular ratio is very, very critical in bringing out the best in them. So it's a comprehensive approach need to be taken. It is not only strength and conditioning or athletic type of training or just coaching or one aspect of it. It's not going to fit all. One size doesn't fit all. At the same time, it has to be incorporating a lot of things which we don't do in India. You know, as they rightly pointed out, we have miles to go before we sleep. So we need to understand that, we need to accept that and proceed further.
Thank you, Ramji. Dr. Kathy Vakaria played the double role. You were an athlete for us a short while ago, trying to set the tone for what we should be discussing. Tell us from a sports science, sports medicine specialist perspective, where are we in terms of athlete wellness? And what is it that we can do to get better?
I think it's a long way to go. But definitely we are on the road now, and we are trying to steer it in the right direction. One of the most alarming things for me day in, day out is, as all the three of them absolutely mentioned, is overtraining. I deal with a lot of athletes coming with injuries day in, day out, and most of the injuries, the athletes I see are very young athletes. Very young athletes going into surgery, very young athletes coming with injuries that is taking so long to get them out of it is the most alarming thing for me right now. And as much as, you know, overtraining is a worldwide phenomenon, but considering the youth population in our country, which is so high, that is alarming because we have so much potential that needs to be tapped into and given the right direction. You're not going to become champions overnight. It's a process, and you know, you have to train your age. You have to, there are certain things that you do at certain windows, and that is something that needs to be followed. So for me, that's the most alarming thing.
A big term that came out of Kathy just now, Ramji, overtraining, right? Now, why do you think these things happen?
There are many reasons to it, because overtraining does not have any scientific validity. Basically, we don't have data, enough data, especially in India, we don't have enough data or science research being done regarding how the training protocols need to be done, what are the processes need to be followed, how you need to incorporate your psychological, physiological, sleep recovery patterns into consideration when you're designing a program on a, whether it's a long-term LTAD or a semi-professional athlete or a professional athlete. There is absolutely no system. It's mostly cut and paste workouts. What's been done by a successful athlete anywhere in the world, we dish out the same thing, same protocols to our athletes. So since there are so many variables in India, there are, as far as I'm concerned, there are 5-6 variables from food, from genetic loading, from the facilities available, from the mindset, from the, what do you call, the socio-economic background of an athlete. All those things need to be taken into consideration. Also the psychological aspect of what is the character of an individual, what type of sport they choose. Very, very important. You have to get all those parameters into consideration. All of them all the professionals need to be engaged. So we don't do that. We don't do. The coach is like a demigod. He knows everything, because that cut across any sport for that matter, whether it's cricket or whether it's athletics or soccer or any other sport. Coaches rule the roost. For example, when we are talking about this latest terminology is workload management. The buzzword is workload management. Most of the time we get the wrong end of the stick. What is the intrinsic load? What is the extrinsic load? What is the ratio one need to follow in this in tandem with the diet schedule, in tandem with the recovery protocols, in tandem with how the athlete feels on that particular day. Lot of it's not only skill development. So what is happening is there is a very thin line between willpower and foolishness. We embark on the other side of the line, thinking that we have the willpower to do things. That's why we get overawed or exhausted and injuries happen. I mean, it starts with a niggle. It doesn't happen with a serious injury. And identifying the injuries is very important. Screening the athlete in the initial stages. It has to be medical screening has to be done. Then the physiological assessment, physio assessment has to be done. Then the fitness testing has to be done. Then the nutrition aspect has to be done. And then you sit down with the sports psychologist and the recovery specialist. So you have a debriefing with the athlete at every stage when you embark on a program. Then finally only the strength and conditioning guys comes in. People like us come in. So before that, the professionals need to be engaged in an athlete's path, which I think we are lacking quite seriously in our country. We talk till the cows come home about all jargons and building extra. I mean, it's like, for me, building a huge center without proper people running the place, it's a total waste of money and waste of time. So you need experts, engage experts in inculcating the habit from the childhood, because Rome was not built in a day. So it takes time. So you have to give them gestation period for an athlete to perform well. That's why we have LTAD. Otherwise, we could have had STAD. So we are a bit confused in what we want as far as the programming is concerned. And end of the day, we injure the athlete at the crucial juncture. And even when the athlete is injured, he or she doesn't get help from all the professionals. Nutrition plays very important role when athlete is coming by return to play. Psychologists play a critical role. Recovery specialists play a very critical role. So it is not only the strength and conditioning guy or the coach pushes you. So engaging people at every stage, professionals at every stage can prevent injuries. Prevention is better than cure. And that's a terminology we keep using, but we don't follow. So
see, you can't get a more candid observation than that. Like injuries, prevention is better than cure, but we don't follow it in practice. But one of the things I picked up about him from Ramji, where he speaks about when to do certain things. I think early specialization is an issue, Khyati. And as a doctor who has treated athletes, do you think early specialization has led to certain problems in athletes, and therefore we are not really looking after their well-being?
Yeah, definitely. Early specialization is something that is creeping in to our system really big, because everybody wants to, catch them young. Catch them young and then train them, and then they'll become Olympic champions. But you're forgetting the whole core of it is to build a good foundation. And building a good foundation for an athlete means developing skills over the entire skill range. So that comes with playing multiple different sports as a child, where they develop the skills, where they develop bilateral movements, where they develop things where their body is balanced, to then move on post puberty, to move on to a specialized game or a specialized event, where even if it is a unilateral thing, their brain, their neuromuscular function, everything is trained in such a way that you will prevent a lot of injuries in the long term. If you have, for example, if you have a long jumper who is training for just long jump since he or she is like, say, 9-year-old, 10-year-old. So what are you going to do? They are going to be using a single leg all the time to jump. That takeoff leg jumping over so many years, how many years is that athlete going to be able to sustain? So bringing in skill-based training, having a wide range of...
You see, for example, we take cricket, because everybody knows cricket and everybody follows cricket. You see some of the athletes some of the players from South Africa or New Zealand or Australia or England, the way they move, the way they are agile on the field, they have exceptional fitness levels, because they play multi-sport in the earlier stages. Adaptability. See, very important is, any adaptable athlete is an elite athlete. Any athlete, you take iconic athletes, how they adapt to a situation, how they adapt to a input, and how they are able to bring the best output possible. That happens when you play multi-sport, because not only physiological, it's psychological also. Whether you play team sport or individual sport. Personally, I would like to see the athletes doing both individual and team sports, so that it builds character also. It develops psychological aspect of it, the success, defeat, team camaraderie, how to bring in a lot of other things into play, into the system. So early specialization, I'm particularly not favor of it, to be very honest.
But how can it be stopped? Parents come to coaches and to SNC specialists like you and say that, make my 10-year-old the next Virat Kohli, make my 11-year-old the next Neeraj Chopra. How are we going to stop this from leading to a worse situation than we already are in, Ramji?
First of all, parents need to know where they come from. We need to educate the parents, as they rightly said. And parents need to, everybody wants to become a Sachin Tendulkar, Virat Kohli in the initial stages. They'll be as tall as a bat. They want to, then they'll be asking, not seriously, they ask when their kid will play IPL or TNPL. No, ridiculous. You cannot push a child. That's a situation, you're creating a situation for the kid to fail. It's very difficult. And I be very blatant and open. It is not possible. Idea is to be realistic about what we can deliver and the deliverables. Sachin is a prodigy. You cannot make Sachin Tendulkar. You can make Virat Kohli. So through sheer hard work, and I think he has got an example in a different level altogether. But parents putting pressure on the support staff, on the kids, it's not acceptable, because they want to bring in whatever they have failed in their life. I would see that way. They are not able to achieve anything in sport, so they want to push the child to achieve, and they get the accolades. I see it that way. It may not be true, it may be right, it may be wrong. Like pushing the children to certain domain where they feel the power behind their throne. Their success is magnified by the children's success. So I think that has to be culled rather than it has to be culled.
Someday soon, I hope. Kathy, what is it that can be done to stop this early specialization and overtraining from destroying the base of our sport?
I think at least until the age of 12, this is like the minimum that I'm asking of our country, is until the age of 12, make sure that your kids play or must have played at least 3 or 4 different sports. It can be football, athletics, gymnastics, swimming. It can be anything across the board, but every sport has its own way of developing a certain skill. The hand-eye coordination that you get from playing tennis or badminton, you may not get the same thing in athletics. But the running, jumping, throwing, those skills that are developed in athletics may not be developed in that sport. So first and foremost thing, at least until the age of 12, make sure your kids play a range of sport. That's step number one. Step number two is during their adolescence, when they are growing, their whole entire body image is changing. So there is stress of growth that is happening in the kid, where the kid's body is changing, the bones are lengthening, the muscles are lengthening. So the growth itself is causing, adding more stress on the body. Plus, if they're playing sport as well, so that's like a double stressor. So make sure that they are eating well at this point. There is no nutritional restrictions, no supplement powders, nothing during the adolescent phase. It shouldn't be even after that, hopefully, but when they are growing, make sure that their nutrition is up to the point. That is step number 2. Step number 3, when there is a growth spurt, their bodies are changing tremendously in a very short span of time. During that phase, the coaches, the parents, everybody have to be very mindful about the load that the kid is taking in terms of the physical stressors. Because any injury at this point when they are growing is going to take a big toll on them. So making sure that they remain injury-free during their growth spurt is the third most important thing. And post that, once they've achieved their peak height, their bodies are, in that matured phase, then you can go into the specialized training. So this is the way that, these are the important things that at least if you do these things right, then your chances of overtraining are drastically reduced and you will build a good foundation for the kid.
Yeah, I would like to add another point is, we always mistake young kids as a young adult or young athletes, which is not true. The kids are kids, as they are in the growth spurt, we need to develop those parameters first, lay a solid foundation in movement mechanics, basically get the base strong, especially balance and stability in one aspect of it, rather than building the super strength and speed and power and explosive power, etc., on it. So inculcating these habits from eating habits onwards, that's why we call it LTAD, bringing those systems in at the young age is really going to help them on a long run. Otherwise, you miss the bus somewhere. If you're injured in India, you need to take divine intervention.
Let's talk about injury prevention then. Since injury becomes, we realize that overtraining, early specialization, all the pressure that we pile on youngsters can lead to injury. You just pointed out how beautifully the body, when it's growing, you should not be loading it. Are we doing enough to prevent injury in this country? Are we literate enough to understand that when we push this, the envelope and kids can get injured? There's so many young athletes who fade away because of injury, don't get the right kind of support, as you pointed out. But where are we in terms of athlete wellness and injury prevention?
I think this is something training. The biggest injury prevention happens in the warm-up. So when you're designing their warm-up, and this is not, like this is for coaches, when they design the particular workout, more emphasis needs to be given in designing the warm-up for that particular session. And the designing of the warm-up should be in such a way that the injury prevention is already taken care of there. Now supposing there's a football player So FIFA has put down an injury prevention strategy, which is an entire 20-minute warm-up, which needs to be incorporated at least 3 times a week. So that's the minimum. So in that entire set of exercises that they do, they have covered a lot of the things that is basically the injury prevention for football. So similarly, any sport, when the coach is setting out, designing the workout, the first thing is to design the warm-up. And designing the warm-up becomes the biggest injury prevention.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, from my angle, it all starts with the planning. Injury prevention and cure is one aspect where, from the strength and conditioning point of view, but how we incorporate, as the sleep expert rightly said, and Aradhana and the psychologist, they were talking about, these 3 people are most critical in injury prevention. We think only physios and trainers, strength and conditioning people are involved in injury prevention. So your sleep, your food habits and your mindset also helps in injury prevention. So they need to be engaged in the initial stages when you are setting up the program on a long-term, short-term, mid-term and long-term goals. And how do you design a program? Again, it depends on individuals. There may be 11 players in soccer. A midfielder's workout or a program is completely different from a striker or a goalkeeper. So end of the day, it has to be bespoke at every stage, from the planning stage onwards, and it has to be followed through completely, why it is so, for what reason. The athlete need to understand that and inculcate that into her habit. Otherwise, it's just a coach's word or SNC word because they are scared or because they don't want to, antagonize anybody. That is reality. These things are reality now. So ideas, incorporating like a jigsaw puzzle in every aspect of injury prevention is very critical from planning onwards. When you screen an athlete, when they go for a medical screening itself, you have the medical terminologies all cleared. Having said all cleared, when the physio does the screening, you will have, when you do a DEXA scan, you will know the results of the body composition, the lean muscle mass, etc., etc. When a physio does a screening, whether it's FMS or functional movements studies or a range of movement studies, etc., he or she may be able to understand the probabilities of injuries happening to a particular person, to a particular sport. For example, a fast bowler. A fast bowler will have typical types of injuries like a lower back, ankle, knee, groin, or a slap lesion, rotator cuff injury. We know these are the probability of an injury. Idea is to design a program to prevent that and engage your recovery specialist, engage your nutritionist, because unless and until you have fuel, you cannot run a hypercar. So you may have a very good looking athlete but not performing. So engaging them, how do you design? Recovery is as important as training. There is no two ways about it. Anywhere in the world they do it. For us, athletes are looked down upon when they take a recovery day. They are not workhorse. They are elite horses for the courses, we say. We don't choose the right horse for the right course. So we take a show jumping horse for a race, it is not going to help. It will be standing in the same place or jump over the pole and come this side. So we have to understand, the coaches need to understand, coaches need to engage the specialist in designing a program from the beginning onward. That is when you prevent injuries. It doesn't happen on the field. It has to happen before, well ahead, so that you set a plan. Why, if even the injuries happen, where does it originate? Why is it so? We don't ask the questions. We jam on the short way.
There's something that I want to add. So when I was training in the US, one of my coaches said, touching on the recovery part, is, have you ever seen a tiger or a lion? What is the number of hours that a tiger or a lion sleeps? And what is the amount of hours that he spends sprinting or to catch his prey? So that explains that the lion and the tiger, they have really good fast twitch muscles which need that much time to recover, and the tiger or the lion is resting, recovering a lot many hours than putting in work. So, we should stop looking down on recovery, and coaches should start looking at recovery in the right way.
Absolutely. I would add on another point here. When I did my intern, I think I spoke about it yesterday, in Australian Institute of Sports. There is a very famous lady called Angela Calder, who was a recovery specialist. This was in 1998-99. At that point of time, we never even knew what was recovery, and they had a recovery specialist working in tandem with the nutritionist, sports nutritionist, the physiotherapist, the sports med doctors, and the coaches. So here, see the advanced level, what they think and how they plan. The thing is, to be very honest, we don't continue the process. We don't engage the right people at the process because most of the time, the coaches feel insecure. Somebody is going to take the accolades away from me, myself. I can be a good ophthalmologist. So, coaches need to give responsibility to get the professionals engaged so that he looks good on the media and the winning team. He doesn't understand that.
Ramji and Kathy, we can go on. We can do the whole day on injury prevention alone, but I'm constrained by time. So I will take you to injury management, right? Both of you, in terms of, again, athlete well-being, because sometimes we leave the athlete to his or her own devices. Sometimes we pay great attention and would send an athlete to the US or to Germany or to South Africa for treatment. But overall, at the base level, where are we in terms of providing support so that the athlete feels cared for and feels safe enough, especially the injured one?
I think it's an entire chain that is in the process of being set up, partly has been set up in a few places, is when an athlete is injured, he is diagnosed, treated, managed by a doctor. There comes a particular point where the doctor says, okay, now you are ready to get on to this program. So then he goes to the physiotherapist. The physiotherapist looks after to a point where he is ready to now get into the strength and conditioning. From the physiotherapist, now the athlete has reached that level where he can go, is under the strength and conditioning coach, where he gets back to, to his peak performance. So the journey of an athlete from injury to return to play has a lot of segments to identify, okay, the athlete is here, now the athlete needs to get shifted to this, now the athlete is here, now he needs to get shifted into this. Along with this is the support staff with the nutrition, the sleep, the sports psychology, which is the biggest part in a return to sport, because the athlete has to reach a point where he is again confident that, I was injured, but now I'm recovered, and now I am going to be able to play back at the highest level. So it's a very integral chain, and for an athlete from injury to return back to sport, all the components of the chain have to be intact. So it's everybody coming in together, and that's why we say, you need a village to make an athlete.
Spot on. I completely agree with the process. There is one place where we can take certain leaf out of cricket. Other sport can take a leaf out of cricket is how they manage the cricketers, there is a system in place. And if they don't find a competent medical doctor here, they send them to US or, US, UK, Germany or Australia to do that and follow back. Follow through is pretty okay. But I don't know about other sport, how they follow the process and protocols in place in return to play and treating athlete, but still we have miles to go as far as the entire sport ecosystem is concerned. I'm very surprised because we have a lot of people coming back now, a lot of athletes, those are somebody like, ex-athletes or players, those who are embarking the journey or giving
mechanics, his coach, right, who helped him understand his body. His coach is a biomechanist, right, Klaus Bartonet, and together with the federation, they decided that he would not come back to competition. He was very keen to compete. And when he was told by the federation, don't go there now, don't start competing immediately because you're still not 100% recovered, he understood and he stayed back. He was a little disappointed perhaps, he was a little upset perhaps, but he understood. I think it becomes important for us to tell these stories. So Neeraj is a role model. And we want stories like this to be out in public domain, where everybody is working as a group, where they put India interest, the athlete interest ahead of anything else. He could have come back and thrown the javelin, but he would have been injured worse. And coming back from that injury would get so much difficult. Sorry, Kathy, because I know, I read this, it's a very interesting story, but it needs to be out in public domain more and more, so that all other athletes, young and old, experienced and inexperienced, grassroots and development and elite, all of them understand that first you understand your own body, listen to it very carefully, and then do what is best. I think athlete wellness starts and ends with the athlete with a lot of wonderful support.
Absolutely, and I think there are a lot of cases like that, those who have braved injuries and come back and played and understanding their body and mind better. Those are examples which need to go down to the grassroots level.
I'm going to take the bait, Ramji. Somebody you worked with who had a tennis elbow, who had a broken toe. Can you just tell us about the resilience that this athlete I'm talking about, and you know who I'm talking about. You will name the person because we are putting it in a nice positive fashion, I hope. Tell us the mental resilience that this one cricketer had to be able to come back and score all those runs for India.
No, I'm really honored to talk about somebody who we are all proud of as an Indian, and 150 million people, 1.5 billion, 150, whatever it is, we are still growing in that stage. So, he is one of the finest example for any athlete to take a leaf out and not from cutting across any sport. You know, we have seen him close quarters. I'm talking about none other than the iconic one and only Sachin Tendulkar. You know, he's in a different plane altogether. And to be very honest, I was lucky enough that he chose me to help him out during the stint. And he had injuries in every joint. You know, from head to toe, he had injuries. And people, especially when he had a lower back injury, this is recorded in 2000 when he had a lower back injury. And we had experts in our country, everybody was armchair critic. He said, Sachin's bat is too heavy, he will not play again, he has to reduce the bat size, etc., etc. We had a lot of, people telling their opinion, and they had 2-minute fame. But he defied everything. I had a talk with him also regarding that. He said, how is it possible? I'll give you another example of his mental resilience, how he is able to connect body and mind. So, he is always a very confident person, and he wants to know exactly what you embark on. Till he is satisfied, he will never leave you. We were just talking today morning. You know, that amount of resilience, that amount of understanding his body, what helps him and what will take him to the next level, what will sustain him. It is remarkable. I'm telling you, trust me, even if I think, no, I get goosebumps. I haven't seen any athlete like that. Now, to a larger extent, is Virat Kohli, and who understand his body, and it started in 2012. He completely switched to a different Virat Kohli in 2012 onwards. So, coming back to SRT, he is a fine example for any athlete to understand both mind, body. He is a foodie, but at the same time, he controls his diet, especially during World Cup. His body fat percentage was one of the lowest, top notch. And he is very smart in training rather than hard in training. You have to be very smart. And people, if you say you have to train smart, you mean you don't have a need to have an IQ of Einstein. So you need to, that's what you need to keep asking questions. So he is one athlete who I have seen over multi-sport, who embarks on constantly questioning what you want to do, how you want to do, what is the plan. So that's absolutely brilliant. Another example is we did the fitness testing in 2000 when they were going when they are going to Kenya before one of those Champions Trophy or something like that.
The ICC knockout.
Knockout. Srini would know and you would know. We had a camp in Chennai, and Andrew gave me the thing, Ramji, you conduct the fitness test. So all the players did, we did one specific test for a hamstring flexibility. He scored 0. He came in, he scored 0. Boss, 0 not acceptable. You know, guys are doing 6, 8, 10 inches the range. So he said, Ramji, give me 5 minutes. I will do 6. Now finished, okay, you take your time. By the time I'll finish off all these guys, you warm up and come. Trust me, I can go on record about this and a lot of things. Okay, this one, he went in, that was conducted in MRF Pace Foundation. So he went in, I could see from the peripheral thing he was doing something, and he came and he did 6 inches. Trust me on this. It's unbelievable. First time I saw him, the god of cricket, doing this through sheer willpower and mind. If that he can do that, imagine what he could have done over the period of time. And absolutely brilliant. And any athlete can take a leaf out of his entire journey. You know, it won't be enough for Indian athletes.
Thank you so much, Ramji, for sharing this example with us. I've always believed examples are wonderful motivators. I mean, people, if Sachin can do it, why can't I do it, right? So they will probably pick lessons from that. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm sorry I led you into this.
No. It's always a pleasure to talk about Sachin. So I'm always happy to talk about him.
So I wanted to touch on the biomechanics aspect and how important it is for an athlete when they're returning back to sport. So, and it is a very important part of injury prevention. And the best coaches in the world, the best athletes in the world, they are doing something that is different, and biomechanics. That's like the biggest thing. So I'll give some examples. I think Chanu, our weightlifter, she was badly injured. She had a really bad slump in her career. She went to the US. Everybody here said, like, you know, her wrist or injury, something was not okay. She went, she got the injury treated, she would get re-injured again. And I think, if I'm not wrong, she went to the US and the coach there changed the way she lifted. And she went on to win medal at the Olympics. And it's just those things. Now, for example, we have a lot of medium fast-paced bowlers who come in with spine fractures. And when you are getting them back again, there are certain things, their biomechanical aspects where, you know, the way they are bowling is going to cause them that injury again. So how do you change it? There are certain things that you can change, and those things become so much more important when an elite athlete is returning back to sport. So this is one of the biggest things that need to be developed and need to be put in practice on the field so that all our athletes who are coming back from sport can, benefit from prevention of any injury.
Yeah, coming back to biomechanics, I would say MRF Pace Foundation, one of the earlier movers. We started about movement mechanics way back in early 90s. I went to, we had an internship in AAS and ACB where they were doing analysis, biomechanical analysis of the fast bowlers, the rotational, the torque, the lateral flexion, etc., which helps and design a program accordingly. That is why technology comes into play, how you need to engage professionals. So, and the data, what they collect, is for that individual. For example, I won't name any athlete. Now, for example, you have a fast bowler. His or her data is hers for you to refer back. It is not somebody else's data for you to refer, because there are so many variables. Your limb length variations are there, the movement mechanics, how you land, how you take off, what is the hip position, what is how your shoulders and hip are aligned, what is the torque involved, what is the angular momentum involved. Lot of things are involved in the analysis, pure physics, lot of mechanics involved. So idea, in every sport it is different. For sprinters or a weightlifter, or a lot of things are done in athletics, especially biomechanics. So we need to bring in those things to India. Not setting up a lab, but infer the data. No point crunching data and crunching numbers. What do you infer? And shared between the professionals and the support staff, and keep the thing very simple for an athlete. An athlete doesn't want to know angular momentum, torque, velocity, vectors, etc. He or she is not interested. They need performance. Keep it very simple for the players or the athlete, and don't talk jargon. I mean, biomechanics plays a very important role. We need to embark on.
Beautiful, beautifully put, Ramji and Kathy, both of you. Thank you so much for being so upfront and sharing all that you've just done. Together with the session that preceded yours, I think when we combine the learnings from this, this is probably the single biggest platform where athlete wellness has become integral. I think the coming together of multidisciplinary experts and the sharing of thought. I'm not saying found a solution to athlete well-being at this point of time, but I think this session and the previous one together will take us forward in helping Indian athletes feel like they are competing in and training in safer environment. So thank you so much to the two of you for being so candid.
Thank you.
Sorry I'm not taking any questions at this point of time, because we have to be mindful of where we are. I couldn't stop them both from sharing their insights. I think they did fabulously well.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for patient listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the amazing speech, all of you. And I'd like to invite Mr. Sethuram from Sporting India team to honor the chief guest. And thank you so much, sir, for moderating all these sessions.
Yeah, there's the hi. Yeah, so it's like a marathon of discussions which are happening. Thank you, Raman, for continuously moderating the panels. I think like an expert like him, I think it adds a lot of value for all of us. So this is the final panel which we are doing right now, just before the lunch. Later the lunch continues, and then there are a few more wonderful discussions which are going to happen. So I would request K. Srinivas Rao, we fondly call him Srini, the group editor, News 18 Media, is all the way like coming from Bombay. He's going to share his experiences on his journey in cricket, IPL especially. Please, Srini, please come on the dais. And also I would request Rajaraman, the marathon person today. So please come on the dais. And I'm moderating the panel. I'm Karthik. I'm part of the Sports Carnival. So I'm moderating this panel on IPL, the industry about IPL, the industry about cricket. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Raman, like you've been doing a lot of moderation work. So, starting with you, just a quick intro about your work experience.
I'll take it from there. I've been a sports writer for 40 years. I think in the next couple of days I'll complete 41. But it's been a marvelous journey, one of learning. To be very honest, Karthik, learning never ceases. We always learn from young and old, experienced people, professionals. You always learn. So the one-line description that I give for myself is I'm a student of sport.
Okay. Thank you, Raman. So the common connection between three of us is Hyderabad. So I know Raman from ages. I know his father, who is one of the legendary journalists, and like I know what all kind of an Raman is kind of a person who bluntly talks, who bluntly exposes the sports to the world. So I know his writings very well, and thanks Raman for that.
It's not about me, okay? It's about IPL.
No, I'm just introducing the speakers before getting into the actual topic. Yeah. Now, Srini, so just a small intro before we just jump into the topic.
Yeah, I mean, I loved cricket. I couldn't play, so I thought, what's the next best thing to do? Write about it, you know. So then, I mean, I started off as a cricket writer. You know, that was the only thing I would do. Go watch a cricket match, come and, you know, write about it. But then, as I spent time in the industry, I began to fall in love with the economics of the game. I was fortunate that at the prime of my career, the IPL got launched. So the IPL grew, and I grew along with it. The ecosystem allowed me to learn a lot of things, the other side of sport. I'm still learning, will continue to learn. That's what I do.
So to start with, could you just, Srini, like, could you just take us through the whole dimension of IPL, where it started and where it is today, and how do you see it as like the evolving, like how it evolved till now, and where do you see it as actually like shaping up in the coming future?
See, I mean, the IPL is just 40% cricket. 60% it's everything else around cricket. So people tend to think of IPL as some, you know, I've seen a lot of purists in the game who have always looked slightly down upon the IPL, saying that, you know, it has spoiled the old world charm of the game. But this was never supposed to live up to the old world charm of the game. This was a business model that was launched with a very specific, you know, vision. And when I say 40% is just cricket, the remaining 60%, this is about business, this is about glamour, this is about, you know, all the razzmatazz that surrounds, you know. I'll give you an example. NBA is a classic example. I mean, if you watch an NBA game, anywhere in the world. It's those quarters, those 4 quarters are just one part. They're not even 50% of what the spectacle that NBA is, right? So for the entire package to unravel itself, it is everything. It's about, Hollywood making its presence felt, some street artists performing between, 2 quarters of a match, the crowd getting engaged, everything that surrounds the peripheral. So likewise, the IPL, which I say it's still in a very nascent stage. It's just a teenager, 16 years old. And you're talking about global leagues in the world. NBA is 76, I think, 76, 77 years old. The NFL is 105 plus years old. So we are talking about a league which is still in a very nascent stage, has a lot to grow, a lot to learn. It will keep committing mistakes. And the more mistakes that it commits, the more it will grow out of it and the more it can evolve. That is the potential. Whether it happens or not, time will tell, but that is the potential. If you ask me, like, where could it be potentially headed? I always compare the IPL to an Indian thali. I've always said this. It's India's sports ecosystem, not just the IPL, is like an Indian thali. There is rice, dal, curd, chapatis, vegetable, but there is always space for something else. There is always space for papad, there is always space for pickle, there is always some more space for salad. So why I'm saying this is because how the IPL will evolve, there is no end to saying how. The potential is endless. There is space for every little thing in that ecosystem to grow. And as we talk further, I'll explain why.
I just want to add one little bit, my 2 cents. Here is a guy who knows more IPL than I do. There was a time where Bollywood would be very afraid of releasing movies during IPL time. Today we have come to the stage where general election are being scheduled around IPL, right? Twice IPL had to move out of India because elections were scheduled, but now in its 16th year, IPL is going to be held on its own steam. The elections around the country are being scheduled so that IPL is not hampered. That is where IPL has got to.
In fact, to add to this, he talked about movies. Mine goes back to 2007. I don't know how many people here enjoy watching Hindi movies. Shah Rukh Khan's movie Om Shanti Om was coming out in 2007. And he and Deepika Padukone were promoting the movie. And India was playing Sri Lanka in an ODI match in Jaipur. And obviously Shah Rukh would, whenever it was time to promote his movie, he would go out of the way. He still goes out of the way to promote the movies. So he arrived at the Man Singh Stadium in Jaipur along with Padukone, and they were in the stands, and Om Shanti Om was everywhere. So one journalist in particular, he asked BCCI, is it correct that Shah Rukh Khan is using Indian cricket to promote his movie? And that BCCI official, took that opportunity to say, no, he can't use Indian cricket to promote his movies. Right? So I remember to that, SRK said that, okay, until I have a reason in the future, I will never come back to a cricket ground. The very next year, the IPL was being launched. He bought his team. Now he can promote his movies as long as he wants. He owns a team.
That's an interesting story. So, because as you're mentioning about the NBA and NFL and other things, they have something called Super Bowl. NFL has something called Super Bowl. And do you think, is there something called, something which we can replicate in IPL, which can create some bigger things?
The pace at which we are going, I don't think we are around the corner for anything. I'll give you an example. Eminem performed at the Super Bowl. The name is as big as it gets in the music industry. So, he did all the BLM thing, Black Lives Matter and stuff like that. And now, the thing is, Eminem, at the peak of his career, is not paid to perform at the Super Bowl. Except for, whatever the production charges are and everything. Other than that, Eminem is not paid to perform at Super Bowl. Eminem thinks it is his privilege that he's being invited to perform at the Super Bowl. So the day, you know, whether it's a Shah Rukh Khan or a Salman Khan or whoever, I mean, you know, any of these, the day when it comes where a so-called superstar from the entertainment industry says, it is my privilege to come and perform in the IPL, not because the IPL is cutting a check for me. Absolutely. You know, that's when things are begin to kind of, so Super Bowl, what you're talking about, is a product that evolved like, you know, 30, 35, 40 years ago, it began to evolve into what it became. If, I don't know whether you remember, there's a very famous clip of Michael Jackson, you know, who comes out of the stage at, so that's when Super Bowl actually made the celebrity look like, you know, oh, I want to go and perform here. This is the stage where I want to be. This is the stage which entire America will watch when the time comes. So is IPL walking towards occupying that kind of space? At this point, I'm not sure. Does it have the potential? Oh yes, tremendous.
Yeah, because compared to, like, as you said, like NFL being a 105-year-old industry, I can say NFL itself is an industry. IPL is still not an industry today, but compared to that, like being a 16-year-old, like IPL could just compete with NFL today. I think that itself is a big thing for the whole the cricket ecosystem. So how, like, I need this from both of you. So how do you see this scenario of like cricket being the next big thing in the world, and how do you think do you think the stage is set to be the league in the world, and what kind of numbers are playing around, what kind of scenarios are playing around this? Yeah, please.
I'll wait for Srini to come up with the right numbers. I'm not a numbers guy, more an emotion person. I think IPL is an emotion now. It's soaked into our system deeply, within India and overseas as well. We may not like IPL, we may dislike IPL, we may hate IPL, but we will not ignore IPL. I think that tells you where it has reached. Now, can it become that behemoth that can create another Super Bowl, that can rival the Super Bowl for attention? I think IPL already is a huge property. It got eyeballs around the world. The betting markets are interested in IPL, especially the legal betting markets. I'm not even talking about the illegal market. The big markets want IPL, and I think they cherish what they get as a product. And I have to differ with you, Karthik. IPL is already an industry. We may not have declared it an industry, but look at the number of jobs that are created year on year on year on year across disciplines. The hospitality industry is waiting for IPL because they can all showcase their skills. The people like me who want to be associated as media managers with teams, there are n number of youngsters whose sole purpose in life is to work with IPL. Kuch to kaam kare, something or the other. And it's a vast industry now. It's probably bigger than BCCI. It is probably bigger than all other sport put together. I don't like saying this myself because I follow Olympic sport a lot. But we have to live with the reality, Karthik. And the reality is that IPL is growing, and how? It had hit a roadblock when match fixing surfaced. It hit a roadblock when Justice Lodha Committee was imposed on BCCI. But it seems to cross every roadblock with the effortlessness of a cheetah, just leaping over everything and getting on. We had recession in 2008. And all of India was sinking, but IPL was flourishing. There was so much money in the auction, it's unbelievable. So it is an animal that defies logic, but it's something that we've got to come to accept. And it's a vast industry. The sooner it is declared an industry, the better it is for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, Lalit Modi used to very famously say that IPL is recession-proof. Recession will never affect IPL. I'll come to that thing later, but you asked about numbers.
Yeah. So I just wanted to understand the numbers about how, like, do you think, like, from you, like, are teams making profit? What kind of an revenue they make, and from what kind of a sources they make the revenues, and how is that adding up to the whole ecosystem of IPL?
It's a very unique business model. The Indian Premier League is a very, very unique business model. What makes it so special is the way it has been designed. Okay? It gives you the feeling that nobody is losing money, right? It's not like nobody is losing the money. Somebody is always paying the bill for whatever is happening around us. But I'll explain to you how. Now, tell me any business in India today where you can buy a product. You can pay for that product for whatever cost you buy. Obviously, the entry price has gotten only higher. You know, the cheapest franchise in 2008 was $67 million when Rajasthan Royals bought it. So today, you know, when the two new franchises were sold, the lesser franchise was sold at 5,500 crore, right? Almost $250 million, right? Now, while the entry price has gone up considerably because of the success of the league, tell me another business in India where you can buy a product, pay the price for that product over a period of 10 years in equal installments with 0% interest, and your business is rolling from day one, from year one. You know, the year you put in, the first check that you cut, you are in business. You are actually earning money from it. Plus, you are not paying that money immediately. You are paying it over a period of 10 years. Plus, you are in the business of a product which is India's #1 export to the world. I keep saying this. Pre-turn of the century, movies were India's biggest export to the world. Shah Rukh Khan, Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge was India's biggest export to the world. Post-turn of the century, it is the IPL. It changed the way the world began to see India. So from that perspective, it allows the investor to come in and feel at home from year one, which is unique in itself. That's number one. And see, the only condition here is the entry price is right up there. Unless you are investing $1 billion, you don't have a say there, right? So again, that's separate. Again, the business model itself is a very evolved business model. It's unlike NBA, it's unlike NFL, it is unlike even the English Premier League, right? So until 10 years ago, English Premier League, 10 years ago, around 10 to 12 years ago, English Premier League brought a small change in their ecosystem where they said that only if a club is earning 99 pounds, can they spend 100 pounds, right? Otherwise, jiska marzi, whoever wanted to spend as much, I want to get this player, I want to get that player, they were spending it. So IPL, in fact, was an eye-opener there. What the IPL doesn't allow you to do, it doesn't allow you to spend as much as you want. That you can do only when you're buying that franchise. But to run the ecosystem, you have a cutoff point beyond which you can't spend. So, for example, a franchise has a salary purse, like many Mumbai Indians, Chennai Super Kings. You know, it's not like Chennai Super Kings, CSK Ventures, or the owners of Mumbai Indians can't spend more. But even they have to sit in that auction room and say, "Oh, I don't have money." They can't spend beyond whatever 80, 100, 105 crores, right? That is what keeps the ecosystem on its feet right now. If that were to be lifted, there is no saying which way this giant would be headed, right? So as of now, from an ecosystem standpoint, that is the business model, more or less, you know. And then, of course, the central, it's divided into two pools. I'll quickly explain to you. The revenue model is divided into two pools. There is a central revenue pool, there is a local revenue pool. Central revenue pool consists of the money that's coming from broadcasters and the central sponsors. Local revenue pool is what you earn by jersey sponsor, gate money and everything. So A lot of money. I can do the numbers for you, but that's a lot of money.
We'll talk about it.
Let me put this on record. This is the only business where if you spend 100 crores on cricketers, that's the salary cap that you've got, you're already getting 150 crores from central revenue. This model was designed to make team owners wealthy enough. Not that they're not wealthy, they were going to make money from the second year or the third year. They would have lost a few crores initially because the central revenues were not very big. But now with central revenues gaining massive, it is the owners who have, I think their returns have grown up by at least 12 times. The player's salary has gone up only by 2 times. That's a vast difference. So this has been designed primarily so that the team owners are in good health, good financial health. Someday, and I don't know how soon it's going to be, you're going to see players stand up and ask for a bit more money. There will be a labor union. We saw that in NBA. We saw that in the English league in its previous avatar. Players will come together and see that businesses are making money and they're not making enough money themselves. So I can see that revolt happening. I don't have a crystal ball to tell you it's going to happen in 2 years, but it's going to happen in my lifetime.
That's one of my questions regarding the player fee. We'll discuss that.
Just one quick bit on the players, the salary bit. So one of the problems that faces the ecosystem is that the supply is not matching the demand. So the kind of talent that is required, the money that is available the resources that are available to me to pay for the best of talent, everything is available except for the talent. You tell me how many Virat Kohlis and Rohit Sharmas are you able to kind of, produce in this ecosystem? Not many. So, that bar has to rise high at multiple levels, So you have to wait for that to happen. So that's a very good point, because in NBA, 50% of the income goes to players. That's why they are superstars. NBA, they are giants in their own right. But it took them time to get there, So while these riches are obviously very high in the IPL, which is right, but to increase the player salaries has to match with the kind of quality that is in display, So without foreign players playing the IPL, this tournament will lose its charm overnight. India has a long way to go before it starts producing absolute professionals who understand what the league is all about and cater to the philosophy or the overall fabric of the league. It's going to take time.
No, I think it's very critical for us to also dive into history, Karthik. And I'll take you back to the year 2000. Where Anil Kumble, Javagal Srinath, Saurav Ganguly, Rahul Dravid, and who was the fifth one? Sachin Tendulkar. How can I forget that? 5 of them went and met Jagmohan Dalmia, and Anil made a presentation. And they convinced Jagmohan Dalmia that 26% of all revenues earned by BCCI would be plowed back to the cricketers, 13% to the international side, and 13% to the Ranji Trophy players, to first-class cricket. Now, we've gone a long way. IPL doesn't give 26% of its revenue to the players.
Can't be. Annually, it is some 100 crore. So for 5 years, it will be 500 crore per franchise. You put it across 10 franchises, it's 5,000 crore. What are you earning? 48,000 crore. Like just from the broadcast, right, sir?
Anyway, compared to all
Karthik, sorry to stop you. It doesn't matter to the man on the street or the girl who's watching IPL. They want entertainment and they're getting it full on. It doesn't matter what salaries players are getting. It doesn't matter who the sponsor is. They want entertainment and they're getting it on their television sets. And I think that is all that matters to them.
Yeah, following to what you said, my next question would be about the viewership. India, of course, is the cricket-loving country, cricket religion country. So, viewership, I see different numbers, like when IPL or the World Cup's happening, including Sports 18 or Star or wherever we see, we see different numbers coming up, but coming from your side, I just wanted to understand, even to the audience, how are these numbers, the viewership, adding up to the whole IPL teams or the whole tournament, both on the valuation and on the money side?
This state, the state of Tamil Nadu, where I'm sitting right now, what if I tell you that the numbers in cricket that Tamil Nadu alone produces is as big as the numbers that are produced in English language? You're talking about viewership? Tamil Nadu, Chennai Super Kings, the fan base, Tamil Nadu as a state produces as much numbers as the English feed produces. Hindi obviously is at another level, but Tamil Nadu and English are almost at the same level. What differentiates is the advertiser stands with the English platform. So the advertiser has not managed to kind of reach that last mile from a Tamil standpoint. That's where when you talk about the overall health of the IPL, not just viewership, but the overall health of the league, we need not compare ourselves to what the West is doing. We are a very unique market. Our last mile connectivity across languages, across states, across regions is massive. The potential is endless. You got to have the patience for now. You just got to keep doing the right things. This ecosystem is going to kind of explode in the next 5 to 10 years. There is no saying what extent it can rise. And that magic lies in regional broadcast, Then again, coming back to the viewership numbers, only from an IPL standpoint, viewership, which team attracts the most number of fans? Chennai Super Kings. Which team has the most number of social media engagement? Chennai Super Kings. Literally, when it comes to numbers within the IPL's ecosystem, it is one team. Now the question that one team must ask of itself, and I know that they are asking of itself, is that all those numbers revolve around one man. So how are they preparing to retain those numbers when that one man steps aside? So these are questions they must ask of themselves. So every franchise is a model of its own. I know another team which again, has decided internally that we will be face agnostic. We will not have a Tendulkar or a Dhoni kind of a giant on which we have to be overtly dependable. Look at RCB. They have mastered the art of being champions without winning anything.
But Dhoni is still impactful. I think he's still the superstar. I think even Dhoni.
That's what I said. So today they have the jersey that CSK has. It gets 70 odd crore. That is the value of the jersey. Tomorrow that man steps aside, it is 35. That's the reality. So they have to wake up to that reality.
Karthik is wearing yellow. I hope you notice. He's wearing yellow. Karthik is wearing yellow.
No, I'll just complete the one more line of the viewership that you asked. So I'll quickly explain what the viewership criteria is. Let's say 100 people all over the world, 100 people watch cricket. Okay? This is just to simplify the numbers. 100 people all over the world watch cricket. It is a proven fact now. The numbers prove it, that 80 people are sitting and watching it in India. These are the global numbers I'm talking about in terms of cricket consumption. Now, in India, of the 100 people in India who are watching cricket, okay, literally close to 20% are watching it in Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh. 2 states, 22%. So basically 22% of the world's, of India's 100%, which is the world's 80%, is just coming from 2 states, Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh. I'm not talking about the rest of India. I'm not talking about the rest of the Indians around the world. I'm not talking about anything. Just 2 states. So that should give you an idea of where the viewership is.
I think I think those numbers shows what CSK has, what kind of a fan following they have. So my next question is about the WPL. I think today is the finals of WPL. Anybody is following WPL or wants to watch a match today, it is going to be between Bengaluru versus Delhi. Bengaluru's the one of the hope today like is going to win their first Premier League tournament. Let's hope for the best. So coming to the WPL part, so how do you think WPL is going to shape up now, from both of you?
I think there are fundamental flaws in how WPL has been conceived and how it's being executed. We talk of equality. We are doing it for the sake of doing it. WPL, to me, personally, comes across as doing it for the sake of doing it. While the talent bank may not be as much, I don't believe that India doesn't have the number of women cricketers. The world doesn't have the number of women cricketers to have 10 teams like the men's side. I don't believe that India could not have hosted a WPL on a home and away basis. To me, these are all red flags. Don't do lip service to women's cricket. Back it with serious intention. Be committed to ensuring that women's cricket grows in the country. We are at a beautiful space. We play some amazing cricket in the shorter formats, and we are beginning to play well in the test matches. We don't play enough test cricket. But WPL as a concept, I don't think it's caught on. But credit to the fans in Bengaluru for showing up in large numbers and supporting WPL. I hope my home city, my current home city, does something similar for the final tonight.
You know, I held a very strong view about this. In fact, I had done a Twitter thread on this in 2022, where I said that WPL, Women's Premier League, as a property cannot survive on its own on the long run. And by that, I don't mean any, people just stand up and say, no, you don't really care about the gender specifics and all that. I don't mean disrespect to any game or any fraternity. The point is, on the longer run, it has to sustain. What's the point of doing something for the sake of some temporary headline which is not going to sustain on the longer run? So I have been saying this, that you want the right thing to happen, make it a part of the existing ecosystem. What I thought was the right thing to do was that the BCCI should have, kind of slotted the IPL and the WPL together and allowed the WPL to be a 20-25 day tournament in the run-up to the IPL. Given the existing franchisees, they should have given them the right to own the WPL franchises also, and allow them to internally build the property. They are far better than building a property in the BCCI. Yeah. So you should have given it to them. Instead, you kind of floated it as another business model altogether. And come on, let's not fool ourselves. The numbers show, it's not doing well. So I'm not worried about now. Now there are good benefactors. There are very important stakeholders who are backing it for the good of the game. But will they continue to back it after 5 years? The numbers have to show, right? There are no free lunches in life. So at some point, those numbers are going to begin to show.
And also coming to sponsorships, I think it's already 2 p.m. and most of us are hungry, including me. So just 2 questions, I'll quickly wrap it up. So one question is about the sponsorships, because I come from the marketing background and my interest is all about sponsorships and the brands and brand building. So I just wanted to understand, so there is a huge, the roller coaster ride with brands coming in, going out, changing and everything. So how do you think these brands this question is for the brands and even for the IPL. So how are these brands adding value to IPL? Taking the longer run into consideration, and also how is IPL adding a value to the brands? Both vice versa.
Yeah, so one of the things that IPL has done is disintegrated the market. Until 10 years ago, the only place where I had to go if I wanted to sponsor was the Indian cricket team. And they said, boss, you give me this much money. If you don't, step aside. I have someone else, right? There was a monopoly of sorts where the space itself is concerned. So what the IPL has done is diluted. That's number one. It's given the random sponsor or advertiser a lot bigger canvas to play around with. Second, it has allowed massive space for surrogate marketing, sponsorship space. Like for example, I'm Royal Challengers Bangalore. I'm run by, earlier I was run by UB Spirit, Vijay Mallya. Now I'm run by Diageo. So what is my major business in India? It's to sell alcohol. Now obviously in India I cannot sell alcohol, right? So I have to I need to figure some way where I can kind of showcase my brand without having to. So, whatever, if it's a McDowell cap or a Royal Challengers jersey or a Kingfisher trouser, yeah. So it gives me enough space to market my product in a very surrogate way. So that's another thing where it has opened a big space for sponsorships. The other thing it has done is that, it has managed to, it is now still happening where it is getting regionalized. The sponsorship market is getting regionalized, it is getting area specific. Like look at what TVS and CSK do from a Tamil Nadu perspective. Of course, there is a pan-India appeal also, but again, it's so Tamil Nadu specific, right? And this is something you will see more and more as things progress. Regionalization of sponsorship spaces is the future of IPL. That is going to evolve over a period of time. The other thing which has not happened in IPL, which must happen, I don't know which route will it take. Look, how many international brands are you finding on the jerseys of teams? Mumbai Indians at Samsung? Yeah, but MasterCard again is from an India standpoint. Qatar has come on the RCB, So again, there is this perspective that people hold that if if you have global acceptance as a league, then why am I not seeing more global brands come and find space on your jerseys? So I think that's an answer, or that's a space that franchisees will have to address, this ecosystem will have to address over a period of time. So I'm saying it's at a very nascent stage, it's going to grow.
Just 2 points I want to add to what Srini just said. One, IPL, you asked about the synergies between IPL and the brand. IPL believes, and not wrongly, it is the brand. Everything else is subservient to that, right? And that is why many brands have come and gone. It's like a turnstile, it's like a revolving door. People have come and gone. MasterCard, all those years ago with Mumbai, not to be seen anymore. Wonderful international brand, right? There were Korean car companies that were in. Now, the problem is, brands are also not in it for the long-term gains. It's about one season. So I invest this season, I've got a new product coming, I invest, I spend 20, 40 crores, and I get my return. I'm not in it for the long game. I'm not looking at long-term association. I'm not looking at IPL giving me great brand value. I'm only looking to be seen. If we do a dipstick survey of the people sitting in the audience and ask them which is the primary sponsor of, let's say, Lucknow Super Giants, we will struggle to find a name. Brand recall is very poor, and the brands know this. I think that's the best part of it.
Very true, and not just brand recall, match recall is also. So, like VVK is sitting here. You ask him about a cricket match that he must have seen, a test match that he must have seen in Australia or in England in the 90s. He will tell you which day, what was the score at lunch, or possibly what was the score at tea. There is a recall value attached to the game, right? You ask me about Lakshman 281, I will tell you session by session what happened in that game. There is a recall value. I ask you what happened day before yesterday in the Rajasthan Royals versus Punjab Super King game, you will have no idea.
And,
so
and
no
also,
so there is no recall value. As much as there is no brand recall value, there is no game recall value also. So that tells you again how the ecosystem, the cricketing ecosystem is changing. By that, what he added, which again has a larger context to it, where sponsors also are not here for the longer run. It's not like Sahara that will stay with the Indian team for 15 years and we will hold a monopoly for it. A classic example is fintech companies. Fintech companies are coming into this space for just the numbers, for I'm ready to invest this kind of money as a sponsor, central sponsor at 50, 60, 65 crores. It's literally, I'm buying that space so that it gives me some kind of exposure in the market, which in return gives me the numbers, the eyeballs. And whatever, my subscriptions or my subscribers or people who are downloading my app or whatever it is, they are just there for the numbers. So I'm a series startup. I have series 2 level funding or whatever. I need to go to the next level of funding. For that next level of funding, my angel investor is asking me, show me these numbers. I go to IPL, I invest that kind of money. I have 100,000 lakh more subscribers. I go to my angel investor, I say, look, this is an increase in the numbers. Now give me this much more money. And that's it. And then he becomes an international player, goes to the ICC and sponsors a World Cup. Seen this happen.
So in my personal experience, because I manage the leagues, so I was managing a league last year, and we wanted to raise a sponsorships, and we roamed around all the agencies across, including Group M, you name it, okay? Wherever we go, the first point we get is the brand's money is already dried off in IPL, and it was a challenge for us to get the sponsors. We could, but it was a challenge for us.
I don't agree with that, because the IPL entry price is way too high. It is not everybody. It's not value for money for a lot of brands.
No,
No, but Srini, it kind of tells you that other leagues aspire for that kind of entry level money.
Absolutely,
right?
and
Which is where in India, sport outside of cricket is struggling.
And no, as you said, the regional brands also started investing into, like, say, the ground endorsements or which are all connected to IPL matches, and that is where the funds are dried for them. It's already done for the year, and definitely they are seeing the returns out of it. So I think that is what IPL is creating.
Yeah, local sponsorship, as I said in my earlier conversation, that local sponsorship is the real deal. It's just that people don't acknowledge it now for the market that it is. But it is in the longer run going to grow. The bigger a league has to grow, the stronger it has to be at the bottom. Right? The stronger you are at the bottom, the longer you can sustain. That's the reality for everybody, whichever market you talk about. That's why I keep saying, you keep seeing these T20 leagues sprout all over the world. Much of those don't have a future, because they don't have the sport at the grassroots level. Where in India it is exactly different. So the potential from a grassroots standpoint is way too high. So from a sponsorship, localization is the key. But as I said, you need to be patient about it. It's going to take time, in terms of how it manifests.
And my last question, because in next 1 week we are going to start with IPL, and in next 2.5 months, we are going to start with T20 World Cup. Which is bigger now, IPL or T20 World Cup?
I think we make this fundamental mistake of asking ourselves which is bigger. To me, sport is the biggest thing. Whatever sport is being delivered to me on my television set or on my phone screen or through the newspapers, that's the biggest thing at the moment. Sport teaches us to be mindful. Sport teaches us to live in the present. I'm not thinking about the Olympic Games 4 months down the line. I'm thinking about what's going to happen tonight. So WPL is the biggest.
So emotional, Raman. So I want to hear from you the numbers, Srini, now. Which is bigger?
No, I mean, right now there is no comparison with IPL. IPL is Amitabh Bachchan and Shah Rukh Khan and Rajinikanth put together. And then everyone, from 1 to 99 is IPL, after 100 is everyone else. So there is no, if you talk about numbers alone, IPL is at another level. Now, ICC, if somebody can be sitting here and pull off a successful argument with me, then what are you saying, Srini? 48,000 crore for 5 years, You know, the ICC has managed to earn 24,000 crore for the next 4 years for the World Cup cycle, but then that's a different business altogether. If I start talking about it, you know, it'll so that's a shareholder market from an American standpoint and everything. Purely in terms of, okay, let me put it this way. You're manufacturing this pen. You could be manufacturing this pen in any corner of the earth. Okay? If it is not selling in India or China, you are not in business. So, replace this pen with content. You could be manufacturing content in any corner of the world right now, but if your content is not really selling in India or in China, you're not really in business. And from that perspective, China is a closed market. Here is the only open, and that's why NBA wants to come and hold matches here. You know, UK football clubs want to come and play matches here. Grassroots programs, they want to do it here because the exposure is here. Now, why I'm saying this is because in a market like this, your biggest product, as he said, even the general elections are, you know, kind of held around it, is cricket, right? So that number, those numbers and the potential for those numbers is tremendous. However, if you are going to ask me numbers, then let me tell you that numbers are not going to justify the pricing that you are seeing in the market now. Let me simplify this for you. Like, for example, until now, what was the business in broadcast? If you want to understand television market, how television or streaming works. Until now, what was the business? I paid 100 rupees to buy IPL rights as a broadcaster. Let's say I'm Star Sports, right? Or whoever. Until now, what was the business? I was paying 100 rupees. I was buying the rights for IPL. And then, you know, people, viewers, I'm selling you, I'm asking for a monthly, weekly, annual subscription fee, whatever. Either I'm earning my 100 rupees from there, or I'm earning my 100 rupees from the advertiser market, right? Cricket is a great game to advertise, so I'm earning it from the advertiser market. At that price, it was sustainable. Sony was paying 8,000 crore, it was sustainable. IPL was paying 17,000 crore, it was sustainable, right? Now, it's not like in 15 years, the market has gone from this to this bigger hall, right? The market is still the same. It's not like India's population has gone from 2 billion to 5 billion. And suddenly cricket viewers have increased from 100 to 500, right? It is still somewhat the same. So then, how is it that the new broadcaster has bought those same rights for 48,000 crore and is being able to sustain? So people are not asking this question. Why is it happening is because what was the business until now? Until now, the business was that I was buying cricket rights and selling it to the viewer, and whatever, by way of subscription or by way of advertiser, I was. Now, the new broadcaster who has paid 48,000 crore has made cricket free on air. So, where is he earning from? Not from the subscription fee, right? Why that is happening is because the game itself is not the business anymore. Cricket is not just the product anymore. Cricket, or IPL in this case, has moved from being just the product to being a catalyst that is helping you sustain another business. So my business as a broadcaster is not cricket. My business is retail. My business as a broadcaster is not cricket. My business is telecom. My business could be anything else but not cricket. But why am I putting money in cricket? Because cricket in the retail market, they will tell you on Thursday. They will help you plan your weekend. And that's why they bought Thursday night football only, and they pay massive amounts of money. So what I'm trying to tell you is that in today's market, cricket is not the product. Cricket is only a catalyst which is helping you sell your product. So I'll just conclude with this one line. My wife may ask me to go, listen, there are no potatoes at home. Why don't you go down and buy 2 kgs of potatoes and come? I'm wondering, if today is a Sunday evening, after I buy potatoes, what am I going to do for the evening? I go, I buy a sack of 2 kg of potatoes. Along with that, I get a scratch card for the evening's game. I come back home, give my wife the potatoes, sit down in front of the TV. I've earned myself a free match for the evening. That is the future, possibly.
Wonderful. Raman, you want to add something here?
No, I don't think I should, because what he just told us, which is a great takeaway, buy 2 kg potatoes and get a scratch card to watch a free game. We are in, that's going to be the future of Indian sport, of IPL at least. I think where we are is very exciting, and no product, no catalyst can exist on its own if the society doesn't support it. And I think as a nation, we've bought into IPL, and it is growing. The pace at which it is growing is mind-boggling. The destination is unsure. Unless there is a catastrophe, it will continue to grow, and it will dominate our mindset for 6 weeks every year.
Thank you. I think the cricket discussion will never stop, but I think it's time we need to stop and head for our lunch. But I think we have other panels also in the pipeline. Thank you, Raman. Thank you, Srini. I think the questions, I think we'll take it offline because we are short of the time. Anyone has any question?
No, man, you can't mention potatoes and not feel hungry.
We'll take it offline. Thank you again. Sendil, please come on the stage. Come on the stage. So Sendil was from the start of the idea of Sports Carnival, Sendil was very keen about having a discussion on IPL along with Srini and include Raman into it definitely. And I think this happened today. Like it is like Sendil's idea.
No, I must let you into a secret. If Srini had said no, we wouldn't be here.
Thank you again. We'll head for the lunch now, and we'll come back by 3 p.m. Yeah. So request everyone to be back here by 3 p.m. and we have some wonderful discussions in pipeline. Thank you very much again.
Rather than hard-earned training. You have to be very smart. And people, if you say you have to train smart, you mean you don't have a need to have an IQ of who embarks on concept. So that's absolutely brilliant. Another example is we did the fitness testing in 2000. when they were going before, when they are going to Kenya before one of those Champions Trophy or something like that. Knockout. Srini would know, and you would know. We had a camp in Chennai, and Andrew gave me the thing, Ramji, you conduct the fitness test. So all the players did. We did one specific test for a hamstring flexibility. He scored 0. He came in, he scored 0. These are doing way back.
Pipeline. Thank you, Ram.
These are doing way back.
Pipeline. Thank you, Ram.
These are doing way back.
Pipeline. Thank you, Ram.
Right, so VVK. Hindu has this amazing style of reducing all of us to our initials. So he was called VVK for many times, and many cricketers and other athletes call him VVK as well. But Krishnan is, to my mind, one of the finest in the world and the best in the country as far as sports photography is concerned. But it's only his second best skill. He makes great rasam. And it is the cricketers who give him the certificate, not me. So thank you so much, Krishnan, for being here. Let's cut to chase. Two lovely pictures to begin with. Yeah, sure. When this gentleman retired from the Hindu, he got a call from his CEO. Yes. And can you tell us the rest of the story, please?
I retired from the Hindu after working for about 36 years. I joined them long time back, which was 1987, April 1st. I'm not too sure who took us. So I finished my graduation at NID Ahmedabad, then went and joined the Hindu. They wanted me to be placed in Chennai. I said, no, I would love to work out of Delhi because Delhi has so much more opportunities, no? People like Obama, everybody comes there. Like Chennai, it's a great place for Madras Music Festival, that's about it. And you get 2 cyclones a year, and that's about it. 1 Madras Festival, 2 cyclones every year, that's about it. I was launched in Delhi. 2 years I did about every assignment. Then they gave me an opportunity to go to Pakistan. That's where this man also came. We went for SAF games. I did extremely well. They loved my pictures and all that. Basically, I had a great time. 36 years I worked for the Hindu. I don't think I worked for a salary. I just had a great time and they just paid me. That's about it. I visited about 30 odd countries, traveled the world. Every 10 months, a year, I used to live out of a suitcase. That's it. I retired on 31st of May. And 31st of May, Tendulkar invited me to his residence. We met, had lunch, and that's it. The slide should be there. Yeah. That's a photo there. I presented him with the first sports star cover, which was shot way back in 1989 during the Pakistan tour. And I presented him to the copies. We had some great time, that's it.
So Mr. Krishnan here gets called not only by the legend, even he gets this, right? So it's
yeah, that was 2 days before my retirement. We were in Delhi. He wanted me to come and see him at his office. That's it. CONCLAVE legend, that's it. Such a lovely gentleman.
Now you know why I'm jealous of V.V. Krishnan. You were saying that journalists are all fraternizing so beautifully. Man, I'm jealous of you. But, V.V. Krishnan sometimes does this as well.
Yeah, that's me and Raj in Dambula. We are on a river. The elephant is floating on the river and me and Raj are sitting on the elephant's back. That was a great time, that's it.
But this is not about pictures of V.V. Krishnan. So the whole idea is to wake everyone up after lunch so that we know here's the master storyteller and draw the best out of him. Let's get to the first of the pictures. Today is an anniversary of a most amazing partnership that was held in Indian cricket history. Srini has done several threads on them. But Krishnan, talk us through this photograph.
That's way back in 2001. India was in Australia. India played a game in Bombay. I think we lost just about 3 days or 3.5 days or something. 3 days we lost. Under 3 days we lost. So I took a break, went back home. And then eventually from there, I went to Kolkata. And from the Mumbai test match, I had about 40 rolls which weren't used in the test match. Generally, I used about 50 rolls or 55 rolls a test match. I said, I don't need any more rolls. These are more than enough.
Krishnan, stop. What are rolls?
Oh, it's film rolls, sorry. Yeah, film rolls. So I went in there with 30 rolls. That test match was so fabulous, that the third day of the test match, fourth day of the test match, third day test match, I'm not too sure. That day, just that one single day, I must have exposed about 30 rolls of test match. That innings was so memorable, one of the epic innings one could ever watch, actually. People keep saying something about the Brisbane test match we won recently last year in Australia, but I think I consider this probably the epic test match. People was a whole day batting and that's it. And I just, while they were coming back, I was on the right on the boundary line. I just requested them for a photo and they were so happy to pose for a photo like this.
Lakshman is a very dear friend of V.V. Krishnan. Okay, he's not telling you all of that. He's not letting out the secrets at all. But when he calls Lakshman and says, I'm in Bangalore, Hyderabad.
Hyderabad.
So Lakshman goes all the way to pick him up. VVS Lakshman, gentleman, but fabulous cricketer. But I think he's one of his best friends.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Can you just tell us a little bit about Lakshman?
VVS Lakshman is a kind of godliness person and he is I rate him as one of the finest. We do have a list of 10, 12, 15 people, but I rate him at real top-notch gentleman. He has this habit of the moment he checks into a hotel, he would just go pick up the chair, which is always in everybody's room. He'll keep it in one corner, put a Sai Baba photo next to that, his cricket bats there and everything. Such a simple, and when he has a lovely smile, he's an awesome person and doesn't party much or something like that. He's always available anytime and that's it. And for them also, like those days, like you say, psychologists, trainers, here, there, or you have so many people. Now I think team travels with probably 15 people who are just assisting them in various other processes involved in the game. So, and people, even among the cricketers, they used to make so much fun of him because he is so gullible, that's about it. He's so sweet. People just used to make fun of him and all that. Like, you make fun of him for a long time, you won't even realize it. Then you will get to know, no, people are making fun of me.
The next picture is something I can't be sitting and talking about. I have to stand for this picture.
No, yeah.
How many of you recognize this photograph? Yeah, can you tell us what it is all about? Were you even born then? 1992 Cricket World Cup. Jaunty Rhodes ran Inzamam ul Haq out in which ground was this?
That was at a GABA, which is Brisbane. That's
Brisbane.
it.
Photographer's memory, you see.
And it was a very dull day, in the sense, not it was very cloudy and all that. It was Pakistan versus South Africa match. I was there only because of, I would have been covering, I was covering anyway, but that angle goes to this lady who was the president of the GABA club. And I knew her very well because that was probably the longest tour ever India did. For 6 months we were in Australia. And the first game, we played a 3-day games and we lost it in about 2.5 days. And I was just roaming around there and she said, aren't you from India? I said, yeah, I'm from India. I work for a national newspaper here, there and all that. Anything you need, you let me know. I'm the president of this GABA club, Wollongong Club. It's called the Wollongong Club. So I said, I have one request. She said, what is it? Because the entire ground is like a saucer. So now if you sit at the ground level on the boundary like we do it in most grounds, you can't see the crease lines actually. So this Wollongong Club was at a high. So I said, I'll sit in that corner and do pictures. Is that okay? This is my club, come and sit wherever you want. You come anytime. I said, for the test match, I'll come and sit there. So with the test match, 5 days I was sitting there. All the one-dayers I was sitting there. Every time I was sitting there. And that day I would have actually moved out. But since she became such a good friend, and that was my last day in Brisbane, that's it. I thought, I'll just sit there. And that's it. She used to do me a favor every evening after the match gets over. She used to drop me at my Park Royal Hotel. That's about it. Instead of taking a cab, lovely lady. Thanks to her, I got this nice kind of elevation where I can see the wicket, I can see the crease and all. This is a slightly cropped picture, but I have a full picture where you can actually see this picture has the whole story. Him in the air, Inzamam can't reach the crease, you have the lines. And back in there is Pakistan captain Imran Khan. He's scratching his head like, why the hell did you come out? That's it.
But the story of this photograph doesn't end here, Mr. Krishnan.
Yeah, then this picture was wanted by Wisden, London. Patrick Eager is one of my mentors. He wrote to the office that he wants this picture to be published in the Wisden Annual, which is year of 2000 finishes. 2001, 2001, this annual is released. There he wanted to rate this as the 10 best cricket pictures of the millennium, last millennium. So he selected this, and Hindu has very strict copyright laws. Like they said, no, we can't give it. That's it. So he's got one para appreciating this picture, one para about my commitment and the way I do cricket photography, and 4 lines about my newspaper's copyright laws. That's it.
The best picture of the 90s to show the athleticism, to show how fielding standards had changed. So Wisden had done 10 pictures. Just giving you background, Wisden Almanac is the Bible of cricket, considered, because it gives, long before internet was found, they would publish an almanac which has got all the scores.
It's like as thick as this every yearly.
Right, so they said this represents the best part of athleticism in cricket. So can we have this photograph, please? Unfortunately, it didn't, but this is from my collection. No? He's not telling you that. I didn't get Jaunty Rhodes to sign it for me. He did it. Thank you so much, Krishna.
Thanks.
Yeah. The next picture is just as fascinating. I think Jaunty became a friend of Krishnan's because of this one photograph. Even otherwise, he's a lovely soul to know, but this picture and VVK will always be associated with one.
After this, this tour, we came back to India and immediately we flew off to South Africa. I went to Wanderers. Wanderers was the first test match. And I happened to be sitting on the elevation in some stand or something like that. There were a bunch of kids there, children there, and all that, teenagers basically. And they came up to me, are you from India? I said, yeah. By chance, do you know V.V. Krishnan? I said, I am V.V. Krishnan. Said, you can't be V.V. Krishnan. I said, look, this is it, my boy. That's it. TK, look at my ID. I said, oh, you V.V. Krishnan. We need to have photos of you here, there. And among the teenagers, Jaunty's girlfriend was as well there. So now that I came to know much later. That's because once I met her with Jonty, and she said, I still remember I have a photo of you, we together at Wanderers. I was surprised. These are some old stories I have.
So let's stick to another old story, Krishnan. How a still photographer can be relevant in the times of moving pictures?
This photo again goes back a long way. 1996, we had gone to Zimbabwe. This picture was from Bulawayo. And I happened to be sitting in Bulawayo and covering a game. This wasn't this game, it was a previous tour. This tour is from 2001, 1996. And there was a girl and a boy there sitting, teenagers again, Bob, and her name was Melissa Clark, I still remember. They came up to me, said hello and all. You got a long lens, would you mind if we can just take a quick look through it? I said, yeah, take a look through it. I became friends with them because Bulawayo had roughly about a dozen taxis. So the game gets over, you order a cab, you have to wait at the ground for 40 minutes. And they said, we will drop you at the hotel. And we became very good friends. And imagine, we had a few parties here, there, going around and all. Then I went back to 2000, again checked in at the Holiday Inn. First thing V.V. Krishnan does it, opens a white pages book, no telephone directory. Now we don't have telephone directory. Open up. I saw where is Melissa Clark. There were 4 families which have Clark name written there. I called up all 4 of them. Last one, they said, yeah, Melissa is from our family only. She's studying in London. She's coming in 3 days' time. I said, you tell her I'm Krishnan. I'm back here. I would like to meet her. That's it. And I kept on, and there you have public address system, you can go and announce, no? Melissa Clark, if you're there, Krishnan is waiting, he's beside the side screen and all that. Every day I used to announce, Melissa never turned up. On the 4th day, I went to give an announcement there. He said, yo, Melissa has left town, she is no more here. I said, boss, today is the last day of the game. Would you mind just putting an announcement? And that's it, me and Delmar, a Jamaican photographer, we were covering the game. And I went for the announcement, came back to my seat, and Delmar said, hey, Vivi, the white girl came, man, you've been announcing, no? She's sitting up there, she told me to give you this message. I said, hell with you, Delmar. I picked up my lens, went straight up there, and she was sitting at some funny angle where no cricket photographer will go and sit there. Thanks to her, there was an empty chair, I sat there. We had a couple of beers, and that's it. Chandrapal was playing. My game was always, I was watching every ball. That's it. This picture, he had this... he hit hit wicket. He got a hit wicket. Bat slipped, bails in there. Imagine 29 cameras were there that day. Television didn't have this angle. And next day I was at the Bulawayo airport, and all the television, hey Vivi, we want, apparently you got a great picture. Can you show us? Can you share us? I rate this, no? This picture credit should be actually given to Melissa Clark, not V.V. Krishnan.
But you got a heart, man. And talk to us about this picture, which is so full of life.
This was, I think, quarterfinal game, India versus New Zealand at Centurion. I love this photo because these days it's so difficult to get a frame like this. Imagine so many, all the key people are here. Ganguly, the captain, is there. I think that was the opener. What was his name? That guy from Punjab. Huh? No, not Ramesh. Dinesh Mongia. Yeah, Dinesh Mongia. Then you have Dravid there. Then you have Kaif there. Tendulkar, Lakshman, Zahir Khan, Harbhajan. All the key players. And him in the black, Nathan Astle, no, trapped leg before by. It was such a fantastic picture. This gives me, I call these are the images a cricket picture. These days, I don't love covering cricket because you send to some angle where you can basically get either Virat Kohli lifting his bat or the bails flying and one guy got out. You have no picture to have a reference. Here, it doesn't need a caption. You get to know it is a match between New Zealand and India. That's it. And look at the celebration, you know, no, we got a wicket or something like that. It's full of emotion. Each one has his own way of emanating the happiness. The first, since he's an opener, they got the first wicket. I think he was gone for very first over itself. Look at the joy, everything.
Thank you, Krishnan. We all know this man, the magician, sometimes called the wizard. Why is this picture so special to you, Krishnan? Why did you pick this for this? It doesn't have anything other than a little bit of shade.
No, it has everything in the shade. You have Indian batsman there, you have Gilchrist, the keeper, you have somebody at the field, then you got somebody at silly point or short, silly point, yeah. And look at this, it has, and the light on Shane Warne and the light on the ball, it just conveys the whole, meaning this is like a painting, absolute like painting. You paint it, you print it on a hard paper or probably a photo paper, it would really look like a painting, or even on a canvas you could print with the technology you have. I just really love. And this picture got published, Hindu gave it to the Wisden. When he passed away, Gideon Haig wrote an obituary and they used this picture, a double spread picture. That's it. I love this photo.
Very interesting story, huh? Hindu gave it to Wisden. Some years ago it wouldn't go.
The next one.
Now, this is all about wellness, isn't it? The whole day we've been talking about athlete wellness. While we have enjoyed Krishnan's stories, his interaction with the players, his choice of angles, and all the wonderful people that he has been with, this picture is special because Krishna has played a role in athlete wellness. Let's try and find out what it was.
This game was India versus West Indies in Antigua. And he got hit by a fast bowler. I'm not too sure who the bowler was. It was, I think, Mervyn Dillon or something like that. He got hurt on his jaw broke. And India could have won the game or something. And I was concerned because not only Kumble is a friend, it's India, and he got hurt badly. I rushed to the dressing room. There I saw John Wright. John Wright said, "Hey, Vivi, do you know any dentist here?" Where the hell in cricket ground you get a dentist? But luckily for me, a gentleman named Desi Moodley, he was a dentist based out of Port Elizabeth in South Africa. He had come over on a holiday and he was at the ground. Since I know him, we had lunch, and this happened between lunch and tea. And the moment he said, I said, "Yes, how the hell do you know a dentist here?" I said, "You just wait, I'll go." And I went and got Desi there, and he immediately bandaged his jaw in place. And next day, of course, he left for India. That's it. He came in, he bowled, took a wicket as well. That's it. We go a long way back, and it was so lucky Desi was there, and I could meet him, and I could take him, and he bandaged it. That's about it.
Anil Kumble is now rivaling Krishnan now in terms of photography.
Oh, yeah.
But let's move away from the physical part of this picture, Krishnan. And since we are discussing wellness, have you ever played the role of a friend or a guide or a counselor or whatever with the people you have traveled with? Have you played for them, especially from a wellness perspective?
Oh yeah, because since I knew them, because I was also very young when I started covering cricket. I was only, I think, 26 or something like that. We had such a lovely relationship with them right from the most cricketers, including Tendulkar. His debut was my debut in Karachi. So we always used to, we grew up together, not knowing the game, traveling, staying in the same hotel here, there. So we used to have endless kind of time with each other or anything. So it was always like anytime they have a bad face, or sometimes I never get a great picture. The whole day you sit in the sun for 6 hours, you don't get a great picture or something like that. They used to be visiting my room in any case, not for internet. Somebody gets a picture, "Hey, Vivi, what did you send? Evenings were like, it wasn't, those days television, hardly you could get anything to watch on the television. So every evening you had a time, you wanted to go spend time with someone. And I had a very special relationship with most cricketers. So we used to spend there are cases when a cricketer used to be dropped from the 11, not from the playing 11. He had much more time or something. So they used to come hang around here. I said, "Look, boss, next match you will be in, that's about here." It wasn't like, I wouldn't say I was a counselor or something like that, but it was special to share thoughts and make them understand. And meaning I never went to every cricket tour India went. There were 3-4 tours I missed. And for me, I covered 26 test matches before I saw India win a test match. And now later, when I came to know of Mr. Gavaskar as a commentator, player, as a lovely person, everything like that. As a youngster, as a teenager, I used to always appreciate G.R. Vishwanath. But then, after seeing India lose 23, not winning a match for 23 years, I could make out now what is it to save a match.
Thank you, Krishnan. I know you get emotional, so let me make you a little bit more cheerful
Yeah.
with a lovely picture from
That's from Multan.
Multan in Pakistan in 2004, I guess.
Yeah. He got a 300 there.
Who's the he you're talking about?
Mr. Virender Sehwag. Absolute fantastic guy. A typical large-hearted North Indian, that's about it. He can make you laugh, laugh, laugh. He's got an attitude of Nike, just do it, that's about it. No technique, nothing. He exactly used to play it like a golf ball, that's it. You pitch it wherever you want, it has to be hit, that's about it. Amazing person, that's it. He is always one phone call away. Anytime I want to meet him, anytime I want to see him or anything, that's it. But you send him a message, he will call you back.
So this is after the test match, I guess, after the victory.
Yes.
Okay. So we started with two pictures of Sachin Tendulkar and Kapil Dev. My apologies for all those copyright photo watermarks that you see. But this is V.V. Krishnan's picture. I can promise you from an era that maybe even he has forgotten, or have you?
This was again way back in 1991 or 90, I guess. We were in Pune. We had gone to a sports shop actually. So I went to do some pictures. And look at this kind of smile you hardly would, meaning it's so difficult. They are not a Bollywood star or something showing, you can see all the 64 teeth in both of them. That's it. So much of emotion, everything. I'm so happy. I once showed it to Kapil Dev. Kapil Dev said, "Kis kamera ko print bana ke do."
So sometimes he allows me to do this. He allows me to click a picture of the man. Not very many people have had the privilege of shooting V.V. Krishnan. So I've done that twice, I think. This is from the zoo. This is the other passion that he's got, wildlife. Truly amazing. His heart beats for anything with four legs or with wings. Krishnan, the zoo.
Every morning I used to have this, we could get to know what the political assignments are happening in the day only at about 10 o'clock. And I live in Dwarka, so I used to always come into the city side so that I get to know something, even at 9 o'clock, that 9:30 something happening, I could reach there. So every morning, 9 o'clock, I used to make sure I cross all the traffic and I'm into the city. And the moment I get to know there's nothing important happening anywhere, my first joint to go in Delhi is a place called either Lodi Garden or the Delhi Zoo. Zoo used to be my favorite, that's about it.
Krishnan, I'm going to ask you a couple of photographic questions. You've showed us a lot of your pictures. Some of the best I didn't find them because again, copyright issues and all. What has been the most enjoyable moment for you? Okay, let me start the other way. When was the darkest moment that you faced as a photographer traveling with the Indian cricket team? Was it when a team lost, or was it when you didn't get a great picture?
Not that, I would not say that. I think I was in Auckland and I lost our dog. And I was at a phone booth where I was given this.
Hold it.
That brute has passed away.
Let me take
and
you
I
quickly.
I was just so emotional. I had nobody, no shoulder, nothing. I just sat in that phone booth and cried. That's it. And all said and done, I don't think I've had a very hard day, but there were days disappointing that you don't have a great picture to send to the newspaper. That's about it. And the best thing about those days was, you send 2 pictures. Each picture on a telephone call from a good 5-star hotel used to cost us at least about $10. And you send 2 pictures, meaning those days it used to be 8,000 rupees, just 2 pictures, sending it to my Chennai office. And mind you, both the pictures used to get used. And then slowly, the moment it came to digital medium, scanners came in and we could send it through the internet or something. They wanted, instead of 2, they wanted 8 pictures. And they used to carry 2 pictures. And after that, they used to say, we send some more, no? Agencies have sent more. They wanted 16 pictures. And then it became 20. And 20 pictures I sent, 20 AP sends, 20 AFP sends, 20 Reuters sends, 20 Getty sends. That's 100 pictures. And imagine 100 pictures, it's most likely they will carry a wrong picture. Because they got to start looking at the pictures at 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock is my deadline. So that's it. And slowly I started seeing there are too many pictures, they're too demanding and other. And And once it became digital photography and all, slowly I started not really enjoying the art doing this. The entire surprise element had gone. Earlier it used to be like, no, I'm making, like your mother makes dal, your sister makes dal, you make dal, I make dal, he makes dal, just in case he makes dal. So each dal, no, the way you cook, your temperature, some people love doing it on high flame, some people like it, no, doing it on very slow flame and everything. Each dal used to taste very, very different. The fragrance, the way you do your put jeera ka tadka, kya tadka, everything. Later it became just like a McDonald's burger, that's about it. Whether you have it in New York, whether you have it in London, or you have it in Chandigarh, it's all the same.
That's what digital technology has done, Krishnan, but you've had a truly amazing career, and thank you for all those wonderful pictures. Thank you for sharing the memory. What I did not touch, what I did not share with this audience is this gentleman here has been a one-man wellness provider for many athletes in his own way. He will never talk about it. That's the greatest quality of V.V. Krishnan. He would not talk to us about anything that a cricketer has ever told him. I think long before we discovered the phrase confidentiality clause, he practiced it. So thank you so much for what you have done for the world of sport.
Thanks, yeah.
Is there something I should have asked you, but I did not?
No, like, I would say, no, like you said, I've seen the darkest times of Indian cricket as well. I've seen the darkest times of Indian cricket and all that. So I always leave it to it. It's not my job to highlight all these things, no. And all said and done, I'm a true journalist as well. But no, when I cover the game so deeply and so intensely, I'm not sure I'm not there to protect it. But I thought it's a kind of a well-being, welfare, and it's somebody else's job to discover all this. The way there is a cricket board, there is a system, there is anybody. It's not. It was never. I wasn't interested in a job, and not that I was summoned by somebody to tell me what do you know. I'm so happy that I wasn't summoned.
So Krishnan here has traversed from an era of black and white photos to digital. I have seen him set up darkroom to process the roll film and then to print.
Oh yeah.
And the washroom in his hotel would always be smelling of wonderful chemicals because he's processing everything there. The first thing he would do is shut the door for everybody and say nobody comes in here.
Yeah. First thing the moment I used to go to the reception, check in, give me a room, and the bathroom should not have windows. That was my first demand. Like going into Chandigarh or somewhere, Jalandhar, small hotels here, there were times I used to always carry a black cloth to seal the windows here, there. I was so well prepared. I used to travel with two Delsi suitcases, each weighing about 24-25 kgs, that's it. And I used to carry an enlarger, printer here. But earlier I used to, first couple of tours, I used to go to the local newspaper, make my prints and all. But later I realized that each newspaper has its own portable enlarger, which was, I think, the best thing I did. So I used to have my every kit, everything, and my sports editor knew. Game gets over at 4:30, VV is back in the room by 5:15. By 6 o'clock, I used to work like so systematic, and I used to never waste my time. Each day, I knew 7 o'clock, stay at the breakfast table, finish, come back, 8 o'clock, get into a cab, be at the ground at 8:30 sharp, set up your equipment, machine, everything perfect, and sharp 6 o'clock, my print is ready. 6 o'clock sharp, the phone used to ring at the hotel. Pick up, hello, baby, what are you sending for the day? I said, sir, this. Do you have Parthiv getting a catch of some bowler? I said, yeah, I have that. Send that also. No questions. You send this, don't send this, you got this, got this. I have told him 2, he would say send the 3. That's it. And 2 pictures used to appear. It's awesome. Can you see my index finger? It's a little crooked. It's a little crooked. Tomorrow VVK is dead. No, just, hey VV, tell me the number. 009144153153195322. I must have dialed that bloody number a few lakh times. Dial. And dial. And especially from Harare, Nairobi, Kanpur, Cuttack. Calcutta, and all these places are a bunch of horror places. And my office used to see to it, they used to select me to the worst of the places. And just because they know some hook or crook, this guy will manage to send a good picture.
Now I know the next time I sit with Krishnan, I should ask him, should I have asked you some question, and I did not. And let him go on like this. Thank you so much, Krishnan.
Yeah.
Been a pleasure having you here.
I would be endless. We would be sitting here till tomorrow. Thank you very much. Lovely being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for presenting your experience, V.V. Krishnan sir. And next I would like to welcome Mr. K. Srinivasa Rao to honor Mr. V.V. Krishnan.
Thank you very much for that.
Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Bala Munishwaran, Dope Control Officer from National Anti-Doping Agency.
Testing. वेलकम टू एवरीवन एंटी डोपिंग अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम के लिए सबको स्वागत करता हूँ क्योंकि मेरे को सभी को देख के सभी लोग नॉर्थ इंडियन से देख के मेरे को हिंदी को जरा बोलने का ज़्यादा आदत बन गया ठीक है आदरणीय चीफ गेस्ट मुख्य अतिथि स्त्री लोग वी.वी. कृष्णन सर बाकी जो राजाराम सर सबको मैं स्वागत करता हूँ कि मैं एंटी डोपिंग का बाला डोप कंट्रोल ऑफिसर फ्रॉम नेशनल एंटी डोपिंग एजेंसी। आज एक अच्छा दिन है हमको सभी स्पोर्ट्स टेक्निकल ऑफिशियल और कोचेस अपने खिलाड़ियों तो आज है नहीं लग रहा मैं देख के इसलिए थोड़ा सा मेरा भी कम पड़ रहा क्योंकि सभी को क्लास लेना इसलिए 5 मिनट में आपको बता के मैंने अपना सेशन को क्लोज कर दूंगा क्योंकि खिलाड़ी नहीं है बाकी इक्विपमेंट सभी उनको ही समझाना था बाकी लोग तो आप तो काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस है सारे उसमें एक्सपीरियंस है टेक्निकल जितना है आप लोग पूरा एक्सपीरियंस करके आया हुआ सब लोग आप लोग हम समझाने के लिए तो हमारे पास तो इतना पावरफुल भी नहीं है इसलिए मैं छोटा से कम 5 मिनट्स में मैं समाप्त करता हूँ। ये डोपिंग जो एंटी डोपिंग एजेंट्स टोटल को हमारे लिए बहुत आजकल का क्लीन स्पोर्ट का ज़रूरत है क्लीन इंडिया का क्यों कारण क्या है क्लीन स्पोर्ट हमारा में मैं काफ़ी प्रिपेयर करके आया लास्ट में कुछ नहीं हो पाया क्या बताऊं क्या नहीं बताऊं मेरे लिए ये हो रहा है ये क्लीन स्पोर्ट का प्रोमोट एक वैल्यू है स्पोर्ट्स विच आर द ऑनेस्टी होना चाहिए कमिटमेंट होना चाहिए और प्रिसर्वेंस और एफर्ट कम्युनिटी और ग्रोथ हेल्थ सारे एक प्लेयर का एक मुख्य ये स्थिति बनता है लेकिन आजकल तो वो धीरे धीरे और इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे क्लीन स्पोर्ट्स के लिए एक उसके लिए एक छोटा सा वीडियो आपने प्रेजेंट किया हूँ एक वीडियो एक प्ले कर दें ओके डोपिंग किससे कहते हैं जो डोपिंग है व्हाट इज दिस डोपिंग आप तो टेक्निकल ऑफिशियल है सभी आपको तो जानता है जो वो ये तमिल में थोड़ा सा मैं बताना चाहूँगा सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है क्योंकि कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स आया हुआ ஊக்கம் மருந்தை பற்றி எப்படிப்பா உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது அவேர்னஸ் இருக்குங்களா ஊக்கம் மருந்துனா என்னது டோப்பிங் வாட் இஸ் திஸ் டோப்பிங் ஓகே நோ ப்ராப்ளம் யூஸ் ஆஃப் ப்ரொபிட்டட் சப்ஸ்டன்ஸ் அண்ட் ஆர் மெத்தட்ஸ் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் என்கிற அதாவது ஊக்க மருந்து மருந்து வந்துட்டு அதாவது கொடுக்கப்பட்ட மாத்திரை விட தேவையில்லாத மாத்திரை மருந்துகளை எடுக்கிறதுனால அது ஒரு ஊக்க மருந்து இதாகுது அதை வந்துட்டு நம்ம இந்தியாவில் வந்துட்டு அதை தவிர்க்கிறதுக்காகத்தே இது நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் அதாவது வேர்ல்டு ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் ஏஜென்சியிலேருந்து வாடா கோட் அனுசார் நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் வந்து இதானது இது காரணம் என்னென்னா இதில் 2 பிரகாரம் எப்படி இருக்குதுன்னா பிள்ளைங்கள்லாம் தமிழில் பேச மேம் ऐसे गलत नहीं सोचना थोड़ा सा तमिल है इसलिए थोड़ा सा मैंने उनको एक्सप्लेन कर देता हूँ ताकि आने वाला इसमें इनकम इन फ्यूचर में उनका भी किसी खिलाड़ी लोग को भी उन समझा सकता है ओके आई एम वेरी सॉरी நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் ஏஜென்சின்றது வந்து வாடா வேர்ல்டு ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் ஏஜென்சிலேருந்து கீழே அது 2 இதாக உருவாயிருக்கு எப்படின்னா அட்டானமஸ் பாடி மினிஸ்ட்ரி ஆஃப் யூத் அஃபேர்ஸ் ஆர் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் இதில் வந்துட்டு 2 தான் எப்படி நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் ஏஜென்சி ஓர் நேஷ்னல் டோப்பிங் டெஸ்டிங் லேபரேட்டரி டெஸ்டிங் நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் எப்படின்னா அதாவது டெஸ்டிங் பிளானிங் பண்ணோம் ஒரு பிளேயர் விளையாட்டு வீரர்களை வந்துட்டு டெஸ்டிங் பிளானிங் பண்ணோம் 2வது வந்துட்டு சாம்பிள் கலெக்ஷன்னா அவங்க ஏதாவது ஊக்க மருந்து எடுத்திருக்காங்களா இல்லையான்றதை வந்து சாம்பிள் கலெக்ஷன் பண்ணுறதுக்கு தான் இந்த நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் 3வது வந்துட்டு ரிசல்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டு இதை பண்ணோம் இன்னொன்று வந்துட்டு நேஷ்னல் டோப்பிங் டெஸ்டிங் லேபரேட்டரி அது எப்படின்னா சாம்பிள் டெஸ்டிங் பண்ணோம் 2வது வந்து ரிசர்ச் எஜுகேஷனை பற்றி 2 இதாக விரிவாக்கும் இப்போ எப்படின்னா நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் ஏஜென்சி வந்து தேசிய ஊக்கமருந்து தடுப்பு நிறுவனம் அதை நம்ம என்ன சொல்கிறோம் நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங் ஏஜென்சின்னு சொல்கிறோம் இதில் அவங்க வந்து டெஸ்டிங் பிளானிங் எப்படின்னா 3 பிரகாரம் எப்படி பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா ஒன்று மெடல் செரமோனி டைப்பில் மெடல் டயத்தில் செலக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க ஒன்று டார்கெட் பிளேயரை பண்ணுவோம் 3வது வந்துட்டு என்ன சொல்கிறது ரேண்டம் செலெக்ஷனில் பண்ணுவோம் நம்ம அது எப்படி அந்த விளையாட்டு வீரர்கள்லாம் 3 தரிக்கா எப்படி நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங்கோட ரூலு அதுபடி செலக்ட் பண்ணி அதில் வந்துட்டு யார் ஊக்க மருந்து எடுத்திருக்கின்றது நம்ம முதல்ல நிர்ணயிக்க முடியாது பிள்ளைங்க வந்துட்டு நிறைய அவேர்னஸ் அதாவது தவறுதலாகவும் அவேர்னஸ் காரணமாக நிறையா பேர் ஊக்க மருந்து எடுத்துடுறாங்க அதுக்காக நேஷ்னல் ஆன்டி டோப்பிங்கு ரொம்ப இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட்டாக அது இதாகிக்கிட்டு இருக்கு காரணம் என்னன்னா இன்றைக்கி இருக்க சிச்சுவேஷனில் நல்ல பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் கொடுத்தும் சில பிள்ளைங்க வந்துட்டு என்ன ஆயிடுது தவறுதலான கைடன்ஸ்னால என்ன பண்ணுது ப்ரொபிட்டட் சப்ஸ்டன்ஸை கரெக்டாக ஃபாலோ பண்ணாதனால தவறுதலாக மெடிசன் எடுத்துடுறாங்க அதனால் நிறையா முயற்சி பண்ணியும் கடைசியில் என்ன பண்ணிடுறது கேமில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணி பனிஷ்மெண்ட் இதை ओके सॉरी सर ओके सर अवेयरनेस को जो है सेशन को नेक्स्ट इसमें करेंगे छोटा से नेक्स्ट प्रोग्राम को जैसे मैं इसको यहाँ से समाप्त कर रहा हूँ इतने आप लोग से सभी से निवेदन है इतना तो 5 मिनट्स का मैंने चांस दिया उसके लिए मेरे लिए मैं बहुत खुश हूँ नाडा की तरफ से मैं वेरी हैप्पी हूँ सभी जितना भी सीनियर टेक्निकल ऑफिशियल और चीफ गेस्ट लोग उनको मेरा तरफ से धन्यवाद चाहूँगा और वर्ल्ड एंटी डोपिंग का अनुसार हमने नेशनल एंटी डोपिंग का आगे बढ़ाना भी है ज़रूरी है उसके लिए सबको मैंने धन्यवाद करता हूँ जो खिलाड़ी लोग हैं आजकल यहाँ पे नहीं है उनका मेरा वेरी फील है इसको मेरे बारे में बहुत कुछ समझाना था लेकिन मेरे से क्या बोलूँ क्या नहीं बोलूँ मेरे से खुद नहीं हो पा रहा है आई एम वेरी रियली सॉरी ओके थैंक यू வந்து கிட்ட எடுத்து
Thank you for the speech. Yeah, next I'd like to invite Ahana Mehrotra, TMT Law Practice Partner, to the stage to talk about athlete wellness in social media perspective.
You're also nervous. When we see a lawyer, we jump sessions. She didn't hear me. Come sit. Thank you, Anna, for being here. One more time, Rajaraman's back. Anna, again, sports law is very nascent. And I'm cutting to chase because we are started late and we are knocked off sessions in shorter time. Sports law is very nascent in India, purely from an athlete wellness perspective. Where is sports law and what is our level of understanding today?
I think to start with, in 13 years of my practice, I think we've made a reasonable amount of progress. So I don't know if we can call it that it's grown up from being nascent, but yes, there's still a long way to go. Athletes are definitely more aware. We just had a session on dope control, right? So, I mean, starting at the grassroots level with things like Khelo India, awareness programs. So people are getting better with knowing what is to be done as far as following the law is concerned and basically what are the do's and don'ts. But I guess where the lack of awareness largely is particularly A, knowing their rights, B, secondly, from a commercialization perspective, right? So a lot of athletes don't necessarily have it imbibed in them that there is a value for the contracts that they sign. A lot of people are working in a very haphazard manner, which is basically sometimes not signing contracts, not documenting things properly, or for that matter, working in an environment where they're okay getting bullied for that matter, right? Not getting paid, but continuing to play because somebody is throwing that bait that, oh, tomorrow I will pay you, or next year I'll give you a better deal. Things like that tend to happen, and I guess that's where the large amount of struggle is, because we've seen that over the last, I think between 2011 and 2008 and 2017, from the start of the IPL to about 2017, I'd done a study back then, there were about 29 odd leagues that surfaced in India, of which I think only 7 had seen a second season, right? So a lot of, I think from an athlete perspective, a lot of them suffered, didn't get paid, and things like that happened. So I guess that is where an awareness program needs to be there. Thankfully, so football has a very robust regime in terms of regulations, in terms of payments to athletes. If other sports can borrow from that, and have speedy resolutions and things like that, I think in general take the athletes a long way. Because understanding things like image rights is a slightly complex term for athletes. The moment I start talking about image rights and trademarks, everybody here will also just raise an eyebrow. But just to be able to understand that your face, I think we can cover this in the next session, but the fact that people say that Beckham's face was worth a lot more than his 2 legs on the field is where, one has to know holistically from a 360-degree perspective in terms of what their rights are, how they can commercialize it, and of course, from a rules perspective, know the rules of the game and follow those for sure.
I'll be very honest with you, Anna. For many years, I thought sports law meant regulation of sport by the government of India, or Companies Act or Societies Act or whatever it was. But you just took it to a different level just now, talking about how players' image rights are important, how leagues have cropped up and vanished, and how players haven't been paid. So the sense is that sports law extends way beyond just regulation of sport. Can you take us a little bit through each of these areas which comprises what you might think is sport law?
So I worked on a book with Justice Mughal back in 2015. So the first thing we wrote in that book as well is sports law as far as India is concerned is a misnomer. I go to Europe all the time for conferences like these, and people end up asking me, so what particular sport do you specialize in as far as law is concerned? And I said, and that's where I agree that sports law in general is in a nascent stage, because I turn around and tell them, I said, there's no opportunity to specialize in a particular field of sports law or a particular sport per se, right? You have to be knowing 360-degree law that impacts sport. So it is more law in sport and across sport versus sports law. Yes, there is the governance and you have the National Sports Code, which, you know, regulates the federation. So all those aspects do come in. But other than that, there's just so much more from a from a data protection perspective. If you go to the UK, there's 400 footballers have gotten together and are attempting to file a lawsuit. It's called the Project Red Card, right? And they are basically objecting to the fact that the extent to which their data, personal data is being captured, that has become an issue, right? And if they are successful in that whole lawsuit, then they are going to be compensated for a period of about 6 odd years backdated, so to speak, right? And then the whole process of collecting data, which is such a big key today in sport, changes completely, because all these data companies they'll need to go to each individual athlete per se and take their permission, right? Or federations will have to restructure their contracts. So whatever you're signing. So that's, and coming to contracts, contract law is such a major part of what we do day in and day out in terms of what, how your participation is governed. There is contract law and everything. People don't realize when I go talk in, go teach in a MBA program or anything of that sort in sport, I'm like, even the ticket you're buying is a contract that you're entering into, because the terms and conditions behind the ticket is actually the contract. So contract law forms a key of sports law per se. Then there is a huge area of law which is called intellectual property, which is basically your trademarks, copyrights, patents. I say patents, sorry, because I went for my master's to the US. But basically, trademark governs your logos. It could be the RF logo that Nike made for Federer and owned the trademark in for a very long time, and then eventually transferred it to Federer, where he almost threatened a dispute. It could be your Olympics logo, which is designed for a particular tournament. It could be a bunch of any other thing that signifies business, right? So, I mean, the W that you see on a Wilson racket, or the SS that you see on a cricket bat, which is basically a sign of quality. Copyright, of course, I mean, is in the anthems that are created, the photographs that VVK shoots. He just mentioned copyright law and Hindu stringent policies. So there is that. Then patent, of course, is things pertaining to tech, which is your Hawkeye and other cameras, or even your mongoose bat. So what you need to be aware of is that sometimes there will be things that are legally protected. So the mongoose bat was protected under patent law, but then eventually it was determined to be not legal as per the MCC rules, right? So you couldn't use it in cricket. So those are things that come into play. Then, of course, I mean, broadcast is a different realm altogether. So, to put it very simply, there's a Sports Act where basically any broadcaster in India is bound to share the feed for an event of a national importance with Doordarshan for free to air. So there is a whole bunch of law that comes in there. Then we have the hardcore sports law like anti-doping, like football regulations where players across the world, I mean, India is a peculiar situation, even though we follow what FIFA has laid down, but football players across the world are determined to be employees, and that's why they enjoy labor law protections. So here, while we do, AIFF does extend certain labor law protections per se to the footballers, but all contracts, again, boiling down to contract law, the contracts will read that this is a principal-to-principal relationship, and this is not an employer-employee relationship, right? So while, I mean, I don't think if you go to a labor court in India, they will not recognize that contract, right? So across the world, it is not so. So sometimes we have very peculiar situations in India, but basically it could also be, I mean, taxation today, because GST has become such a huge thing. Sometimes players don't understand that why they are, you know, or a particular stakeholder in sport does not understand why they are receiving that extra 18 rupees when, you know, they are paid 100 rupees, they are receiving extra 18 rupees because they're supposed to be depositing it. You know, that becomes a question mark in terms of they think they're supposed to be keeping that money. You know, so there is a whole bunch of laws in and around, and as technology is progressing, we're also evolving ourselves, like especially, I mean, now every day you hear new developments pertaining to games of skill, games of chance. That's become a different realm altogether, moving from sport to gaming. That's what kept us afloat during, I mean, COVID, when physical sport came to an end, because there's so much else happening in the world of esports and gaming. So that's become another field and branched out space completely.
Breathe. Okay. I'm wondering, when you're taking us through this vast journey of where sports law is and the whole gamut of it, I'm wondering, does the athlete get scared? Are we making life easy for the athlete by having him or her to deal with so many aspects of law, rather than make life easy? And I'm purely coming from the perspective of wellness, of well-being of an athlete. Are we confusing the athlete with so many little bits of paper that can be, you know, countless? It can be reams and reams of paper. How does an athlete cope with all this?
I think certain agencies have done reasonably well in the recent times. Of course, not everybody gets picked up by someone like a Cornerstone, which is the agency that Virat Kohli was with up until last year. You know, or, I mean, even there's another agency, I'm not endorsing anybody here, but there's another agency called Baseline where PV Sindhu used to be. Or, you know, another agency called iOS where Vijayendra used to be. So certain agencies have done really well. Of course, now Neeraj Chopra, the newest sensation, he's with JSW. So because these agencies come with professionals who have a reasonable amount of experience in the field, some of them are privileged to be able to guide them well. But on the flip side, if I was to just draw a parallel to what went on as far as esports is concerned, right? Suddenly in between like the 2017, 2018, there was a lot of noise around how extremely unfair contracts were signed because some person, for their own personal profits, you know, of course, pretending to be an agency, signed up several esports, which are, I mean, and esports is largely played by like 16, 18-year-old. A lot of them are minors or 21 at max, right? And for their own personal profit, they made them sign some very lopsided contracts. Now, in sport in general, you do have lopsided contracts. I mean, you don't have the position to be able to negotiate when you're going and signing a contract to be able to play at the Olympics. Everybody's placed on a level playing field. But as far as this side is concerned, definitely, I mean, if you can end up with the right kind of team that supports you, the athlete management team, be it in terms of a lawyer, be it in terms of agent, who knows what matters and what the law is, I think that sort of takes you a long way, right? So, and you don't have to explain to the athlete per se the technicalities. If you yourself can know the technicalities and then act in their best interest, because in the long run, if you're acting in the athlete's best interest, you're going to grow yourself with them, right? So I think it's about tying up with people who are more aware and not having this approach in terms of, I think what ends up happening largely with athletes is that I will only trust my father, I will only trust my uncle. Move away from that and move towards professionalism. When you move towards professionalism and hit the right team in terms of, you know, the support system, I think, I don't think there's anything to be scared about.
See, again, when I hear you, I get the idea that the senior athletes are maybe looked after because the agencies are giving them some kind of protection, some kind of backing. But I'm quite concerned about the younger lot, the one that is developing and that's coming in, the second string or the third string, for example. what are some things that they need to keep in mind, especially parents, because if they are minors at the time of signing up with somebody, what are some things that they need to keep in mind so that they don't make the mistakes that some of their predecessors, seniors have made?
So actually, we deal with a very interesting position when it comes to minors, because the position as far as contract law specifically pertaining to minors not been tested in India. But at least abroad, what ends up happening is in the UK, what they uphold is the concept of contract for necessities. So if it is a contract in effect which works to the benefit of the minor is where they will hold it as binding. But if it's not a contract which is for necessities, for the benefit per se, they will even sort of, follow the principle of severability in the contract, where certain clauses will just be dealt with as against the law or illegal and be determined to be as though they never existed in the contract, right? So this happened in the case of Rooney when he was switching management agencies. So I guess for parents, what is extremely important is, again, not be falling for short-term gains. I mean, today, someone like a Neeraj Chopra, the little that I know about his life from just reading about him, right? It's eventually at the end of the day, when you win that one medal, or whatever case studies we have around us in terms of even a Mahendra Singh Dhoni, even a David Beckham, they all won whatever tournaments there were as captains of their respective teams to win, right? And then that's when they made their big money or whatever. So there's no moving away from not performing on the field. So just not run for short-term goals per se. So even the case of Neeraj Chopra, if he's made 100 crores odd over with endorsements after winning his gold, that's only happened then. So just concentrate initially on the performance, not fall for baits that somebody who's pretending to know it. Do a decent amount of background checks. Today, thanks to social media, it is so easy to do background checks on people. And this ends up happening a lot because a lot of football agents are scouting very young talent, especially in pockets which are popular for football. So say the Northeast or Kerala, these are pockets that agents really circle and spot talent young. So then signing up with those, at agents, doing a background check on agencies, that becomes a key factor for parents as well. There's no moving away from that. But just being aware of basics like what the background of the agent is he licensed, is he not licensed? In the case of football, it's very easy to find out if somebody is licensed or not. Moving away from football, I mean, if you can get to, everybody is doing grassroots development programs, right? I mean, there's the OGQs and the Go Sports of the world who are doing grassroots. Rather move to programs like those who are also spreading awareness than to try and sign up with an agent on day one. I don't think that's also the need of the hour.
Despite all of this awareness that's growing, Ahana, I know one instance where you were actually very recently involved. I'm talking about the football case that surfaced where this player has not been paid for months together and continues to play for the club. And he kind of senses an opportunity to move away and earn a livelihood for himself. Can you just throw some light on what really that case was about and how we can all learn that this athlete had the gumption to fight and therefore he did?
So I think a lot of it depends again on the right kind of agent, and in this case the player had the right kind of agent who had, took the initiative to reach out to me. Basically, there is a particular football club which participates in the ISL who has not paid many players for the last 6 odd months. I mean, there are dues ranging from 4 months odd salaries to about 6 odd months, and then also bonuses and a bunch of other things like the TDS has not been paid for a particular financial year which finished earlier. So in this case, obviously, I mean, thankfully, and that's why I said that other sports can learn from football and have a stricter regime, because in football, FIFA has written down the rules very clearly that if you're not paid your salary for a period of 3 odd months, then I mean, under normal circumstances, a football contract cannot be terminated on the basis of performance. Now, other sports, you do have the right to terminate. I mean, if you can want to write it in your contract that, okay, if 6 months down the line, I'm not happy with your performance as your team owner, I will have the right to be able to terminate this contract. Nobody, no federation in the world will hold it as illegal. But for FIFA, I mean, there are a bunch of others out there, but I'm saying just, but for FIFA, which is very clearly established that performance-related termination is not valid in football, right? So, and then it lays down certain principles, which is basically either party can individually terminate the contract on grounds of just cause. Now, what is held as just cause? Just cause means non-payment of your salaries for an X amount of time. So here, because just cause had risen, and that's where the agent reached out saying that there is just cause, he's not been paid his salary for the next number of months, but there is FIFA rules state, I mean, AIF, let me come down to AIFF. AIFF rules very explicitly state that if at all this termination has to happen and you must start playing for a new club, it must happen during the registration period only. Now, there are two transfer windows that happen in football. One is the summer transfer window, one is the winter transfer window. Summer transfer window typically ranges from about 1st of July to 31st of August approximately in most countries, and then, I mean, plus minus few days here or there. And then there is the winter transfer window, which basically is 1st January to 31st January plus minus few days. So in India, when we follow this particular transfer window system, even when just cause has risen, AIFF rule says, yes, you can terminate on the grounds of just cause, but also that you must register for a new club during this transfer window. So the agent only reached out to me, unfortunately, after the transfer window was over, and he said, look, this is what AIFF rules say, is there a workaround? Because I don't want a situation where he is jobless tomorrow. The idea is not to be able to make money, because even when you terminate your contract on grounds of just cause, you can claim the money for the entire contract period if you don't get another job. The idea was not that, but also about, because an athlete has only a limited number of years to play, for him to remain relevant, right, and continue to play and not waste a season. So I said, look, this whole jurisprudence and all these regulations in FIFA are based on this one particular key case called Bosman. I said, based on Bosman, what I know of Bosman, it's impossible that football rules will restrict a free agent. When a player does not have a contract, he's referred to as free agent, will restrict a free agent to sign up with somebody outside of the transfer window, you know. So I said, I'll double check the FIFA regulations and circle back, but I'm pretty sure FIFA will enable it. So, and those are the grounds that we filed the suit in AIFF, because FIFA regulations made that exception that when termination takes place on grounds of just cause, you can register for another club outside of the transfer window. And I guess it was AIFF, of course, had to uphold the jurisprudence of FIFA and FIFA regulations, abide by them. And that's when the order came in our favor. And I guess, I mean, I'm hoping the AIFF will also amend their rules to make that exception now.
I'm sure they will, Ahna. This brings me to a very important question. The whole day we've been discussing athlete wellness and well-being, and both from a physical side and an emotional side. Obviously, when something like this happens, where you don't get paid for X number of months and you have to start looking for a new side to play, there is a lot of trauma. Do you, as a law professional, sometimes refer athletes to other professionals who can help them with coping with the stress and the trauma that they're going through? Basically from an emotional perspective.
Absolutely. I mean, sports psychologists are my go-to all the time, and I'm a part of this organization called Women in Sport India. There is a sports psychologist there who's also a part of Women in Sport India. So I'm always sending, whether he is the founder of Women in Sport India, I'm always sending people either to whether he or the relevant sports psychologists that exist in terms of, because I mean, mental strength and training is so important. Having been an athlete myself back in the day, and I guess at that point in time we didn't have the kind of awareness we have today in terms of, just your mental well-being, that today it's but natural that my first go-to is that, yes, I mean, if you're going through a downtime, if you're not performing, or so many times I even work with Paralympians, right? And for them, when they face a particular setback, or, I mean, just looking at things we can carry forward in the next session, because they might be doing amazingly well in Paralympic Games, but social media companies, or for that matter endorsements, deals, will not come their way in the fashion that they come to other athletes, right? And that's when I'm just like, okay, I mean, apart from everything else, I think just concentrate on your mental health. So that, of course, I mean, goes without saying.
Right. Now, my final question to you, and I was holding it back because I didn't want to lose you for this question. The question primarily stems from where we are, and the last year has been full of conversations around the wrestlers, around the cyclists, and a whole lot of things, right? Does Indian sports law, or law in sport, whichever way you want to look at it, is it protecting the athlete enough for the athlete, him or her, to feel confident that a safe environment is being created, particularly from a legal perspective? Or is the law too complicated at this point of time? It's like a Chakravyu, or like a maze, for the athlete to say, okay, let me face this, I don't want to get into the legal mess.
I think I'm known to be sounding politically incorrect quite often, and it's advice I get from you to not.
I told you, I held this question back till the very end, rather deliberately, but you're free not to answer the question.
No. So,
yeah?
But I'll be very honest and upfront. I think there have been times that I've had to, given my years of experience now, even though I'm still learning every day, right? But I have to see the sport. I have to look at what has gone on in a particular federation, what the history has been, to sometimes for me having to say that, listen, going on the wrong side of the federation means the end of your career. Are you willing to pick this battle? Because they will get vindictive. For the next 2-3 years, you're not going to be able to play, maybe. They will find some or the other excuse to not select you. And by the time you win this court battle, to then be eligible for selection, I don't know how you will be performing, because you are at a certain age. So wait out for yourself, right? I'm guilty of giving that advice, and I often say to my clients, I'm a very bad lawyer, very bad entrepreneur per se, because I'm always pushing people to settle disputes out of court, given I understand the system. So at this point in time, if the honest and yes and no answer to your question in terms of, are we protecting the athletes enough? No. I mean, dispute resolutions unfortunately take so long, and because an athlete's career is so short-lived, I always tell them that, listen, wait out, pick your battles, So sometimes you have to be, the person who swallows their ego and tries to fall on the right side of, be a people pleaser per se. But you got to do what you got to do to be able to play. I guess that's what matters most in the case of an athlete.
You called yourself politically incorrect.
And that's exactly what I said. I'm going to say.
No, you can take the word politically out, and you can take the 2 letters IN out. You are correct. Okay, you're painting a true picture of where we are, and hopefully India will take lessons from what's happened in the last year and a half, and move forward with a good regulation that can make the athlete feel that India cares for the athlete. Thank you so much, Ahana, for being so candid and for being so upright and so.
Thank you so much. Always pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much, Ahana Mehrotra, for the speech. I'd request Mr. Sethuram to honor the chief guest. Yeah, the next session is going to be the panel discussion about athlete well-being in terms of social media. For this, I'd like to welcome Divya Jain from Fortis Healthcare, Anna Mehrotra, and K. Srinivas Rao, Group Editor, News 18 Media. And this session will be moderated by Anuradha Sinha, co-founder of Play CSK.
We have met, we had lunch together.
My second melody also.
He's here for about 15 minutes or so. So you can make the best.
Why don't you come this side and...
Yeah?
Sure. Yes.
Hello, people. Hi, can you hear me? You were there in the session yesterday too, right? Last evening, yeah. Okay, so I have been entrusted with moderating this panel very last minute, and I have been already told that we are running out of time, and Srini has a flight to board. So Srini, we'll start with you. I'll just give you an idea of how I'm going about this session because we need to wrap it up fast. I'll ask specific questions to the three of you, one round, then a general question. If you're late by then, I would let you go. However, if we have some time, we'll continue with some more specific questions for the two of you. Okay. So yeah, social media. Social media, what is social media? Everybody knows. But basically, this is a huge public wall where anybody can put information. So this was supposed to be an opportunity. That is how it was sold to us. We were told this social media will bring in a level playing field. And social media is an opportunity to go out to the world and tell your story, share whatever you want to share. For those in the public eye, for athletes, rising athletes, for those in the public eye, social media has been very interesting. And I say this very casually when I say interesting. I'll actually straight away go to Srini and say that how does media, and I'm going to ask you a media question, how does media balance public's right to information with athletes or individuals' right to privacy?
Okay, I don't know whether that's a thin line, an ultra thin line. Let me put it this way. Right now, you are in a state of utter chaos. There's no line that tells you that this is something that you cannot cross, right? And everybody is in that state. Like, it's not just the media or it's not just the celebrity, in this case, sports persons. Now, somewhere, at some point in time, there is a line that's going to be drawn. And until then, the rule of the jungle is going to prevail, which is when she was talking about copyrights. And I was tempted to ask her this question, that will there be a time when my tweet or my Instagram post is going to have that copyright which somebody else cannot use, right? I'm sure that's around the corner. I mean, she sometime can talk about it, where my social media handle has become my identity. It's become my extended identity, right? So I will go to any length to protect it. So at some point in time, I see the ecosystem kind of leveling up. But until then, this remains an absolute place of chaos. There are benefits to it, there are advantages, there are massive disadvantages to it. Like, let me speak about this from, you asked me from a media standpoint. Well, like for the longest time in my career, have been part of traditional media. So socials are something extremely new to me. So when I look at it from that point, I should be worried. I should be worried in terms of the school that I was coming from. Where is it leading me in the coming years? Why? Because what social has done is it has given the celebrity, the so-called celebrity, direct access to the consumer. So what the content was until now a B2B2C driven business is now a B2C business thanks to socials, right? So a Virat Kohli or a Rohit Sharma doesn't need me anymore. Mr. V.V. Krishnan was sitting there, you were watching those pictures, right? For the longest time, for the kind of cricket that the gentleman has seen, it was his job to document the game as much as it was the cricketer's job to make sure that they got access, because that's how their accomplishments would be known to the world, right? Right now, if Virat Kohli wants to talk about how he's maintained his weight exactly at a certain amount for 3 continuous years, he doesn't need to talk to K. Srinivas Rao for it. He's got his Instagram, he's got his Facebook page, he's got his Twitter handle, he's got his franchisee's website, he's got the BCCI doing for him. So he's got 100 other avenues to. So that's where the line is blurring. And from a celebrity standpoint, there are celebrities who think social media is like a magic wand. You just go for you just wave it and things will be right, which exactly now they are learning it the hard way that that's not the case. So, it's a win some, lose some learning experience for everyone involved.
Thank you. Anna, I'll move to you. And you talked about image rights. You spoke about contracts and endorsements in the previous session. I want to get into that if time allows, but at the onset, I want to ask you, in the social media world, there's harassment, there's privacy breaches, there's plenty of problems. So what legal protections exist today against the harassment that we witness on social media? Is there anything for athletes to exercise today?
I mean, if naturally so, you're giving somebody as far as, giving somebody a death threat is concerned, whether you're doing it on social media or you're doing it on WhatsApp or you're doing it through throwing a paper wrapped in a stone in somebody's house, there, of course, you can claim protection. But I guess otherwise, yes, unfortunately, people are just succumbing to so much bullying and ill will on social media. So as a good practice, the social media companies are taking measures to be able to aid you as an individual, right? And that's where Instagram has introduced a practice where if on a particular post you don't want anybody to comment, you can block off the comment section, right? So you don't get that hate. So you know that, if today a celeb, say, is announcing their divorce because they want to put their private life out there in public, but on the contrary, they also want to protect the other person involved in the relationship, right? Because people often pick sides. So then you can take that measure to block off the comment section so that you at least don't get that hate speech out there. So I think and that's more and more a culture in the Western world where, even for something like gambling, right? All gambling companies, because it's legal, you're expected to take certain steps to ensure good practices. So say you have to monitor everybody's betting patterns and you can't lose more than, say, if you've been used to losing in the range of $50 per month. Suddenly, if you are spending about $500 and losing that money, you immediately get an email from a gambling company saying, can you afford to lose this money? So similarly, I guess every business that you run, right, you got to just have some good practices. And if the law is not taking care of you, at least you as an industry can inculcate certain practices to then, because at the end of the day, those are the stakeholders because of whom your business is also surviving, right? Today, a particular company has hired Virat Kohli as their brand ambassador, but they also want to spend money on Instagram and Facebook to boost that post. So they are the spenders as well. So you got to protect the stakeholders in your own way, even if the law is not protecting, so that you can also be commercially viable. Basically that.
Yeah, thanks. Divya, moving to you. Of course, I'll talk to you about the direct, I would like to know from you, from your experience, the direct impact that social media conversation has had on athletes. And I mean, as I recall, there are a few things that disturb us collectively as well. It's not just the impact on the person that is being trolled or harassed. For example, in the 2022 Asia Cup, when Arshdeep Singh dropped a catch, he was called a Khalistani. Of course, I cannot imagine what he went through, but I can say that there was a mass that was disturbed by it, right? And likewise, we have bigotry on display, we have sexism on display. If Kohli doesn't perform, Anushka gets trolled. And I'm talking about like a couple of things, but this is happening all the time. On anything they share or they may not share, even if they exist, they get trolled, harassed. So from you, I want to know that how does this constant exposure to public opinion impact the mental health of athletes? What have you observed in your experience?
So, many years back, bullying is something that's always been a problem, but it's something we always thought of in the context of schools. And in fact, even today, bullying in childhood is one of the greatest predictors of depression in adult life, for most mental health conditions in adult life, not something that we really address. And now what's happened is at that time it was specific, it was from person to person, you knew who was doing it, who the perpetrator is, who the victim is. Now there's trolling happening, which is mostly entirely anonymous, so anybody can say anything to anyone without any consequences, without even being able to say who that person is. There's a lot of de-individuation that's happening. So we're not looking at people as people. We're just looking at them as an object to be able to portray whatever it is that we want to, hatred in a lot of spaces. I mean, I'm glad finally a lot of these social media platforms have reduced the dislike button after what, 15, 20 years now, realizing the kind of damage that was doing to someone's self-esteem, their self-confidence. So there are a couple of things happening here, right? One is that a mistake is highlighted over and over and over again. It's not just a mistake that's done with. You keep replaying it, people keep talking about it, there's a lot of scrutiny. Yes, the flip side is also there, that you also get that positive appreciation as well, but the negativity stays with us a lot longer. I think, unfortunately,
Social media. Anna, coming back to you. Okay.
wants to, yes.
Yes, please do, please do.
Why don't you come and join us? No, come.
Yeah, why don't you join
No,
us?
I'm okay. Social media training, not just social media training. I think life skills training, all of the wonderful training that athletes need. Uh, But I'm very happy to share that lots of organizations, including the Sports Authority of India, have done workshops for the athletes going to the Olympic Games or going to the Asian Games. So it happens at the elite level. We need to percolate down so that all young athletes understand what social media can do and what it can't do for them. Whether it's a boon or a curse, they need to figure out. Each of us has to do for ourselves, because like Srini said, the line is really blurred. But very important that training is given. But to my mind, athletes need to be willing to be trained. I think that is one of the biggest problems at this point of time.
In fact, we also tend to do a lot of media literacy training as part of our mental health curriculums and aspects like that at a lot of grassroots levels also, because it's, whether you know anything else or not, you need to learn how to navigate media.
I was about to ask you that do you integrate that in the trainings or in the conversations that you have with the athletes?
So media literacy has to be one of the core components of life skills. We can't right now imagine a world without the media. And yes, there are a lot of conversations, so how people handle wins, how they handle losses, how they respond to, oh, that person has so many likes and I have only so many likes, and what did this person say? There is a lot of their own sense of self, which is getting intertwined with what is being shown out there. And when it comes to an athlete, self-awareness, self-confidence, this is the key, right? And if there's any kind of, if that foundation is not set right, then you're going to have a big problem on your hands. And so with social media, there's a lot of comparisons that are coming, baseless comparisons. It's such a curated kind of an image that you're showing. So really an athlete really needs to first be able to know themselves, have their own support system, not confuse friends and family with followers. And that's how we need to take this forward.
Thank you for adding that, Divya. Anna, I'm coming to you again. So, my question is on these contracts and endorsements, and I want to understand from you, how do you think these influence athletes' behavior on social media? And are there any challenges on legal implications on how they conduct themselves after the contracts and the endorsements they take?
So we actually, have seen it in multiple cases abroad, right? And of course in India as well. But if you go back and study the history of when news of Tiger Woods' multiple affairs broke out in public domain, I think that's the biggest loss of endorsements an individual's ever faced, And borrowing from that, there have been situations where, to an Indian, the only Indian athletes that I can do a comparison of this is to that with Hardik Pandya and KL Rahul's episode on Coffee with Karan, right, where Gillette immediately withdrew their contract. So now, both the player contracts and your endorsement deals individually and your sponsorship contracts with the particular club or team that you might be playing with, all of them are so detailed in nature because the stakes are so high that one statement here or there can make or break it, basically that. And so typically a contract, when you're signing a contract for endorsement with, as an individual with a particular brand, they'll say anything that causes, any action that causes disrepute to the brand or what we stand for per se will be grounds for termination. Now that clause in itself is so broad that brands will sort of use it. Similarly, if today Adidas has contracted with the BCCI, right, it will say, it will put that responsibility on BCCI, that they should not do anything which, their players should not do anything which impacts Adidas negatively, for that matter. And it's a whole, because sport in general works in a pyramid structure where there is a flow of power and everything, right? And there's a clear principle that's also been established in terms of how you have to deal with this whole, you have to balance the whole situation between individual endorsements and team sponsorships, etc. For example, I mean, Virat being a Puma athlete, but the Indian cricket team being sponsored by Adidas, where it's a 3+ rule, where in an Adidas ad you'll have more than 3 athletes feature. So everything boils down to the fine print and how it is worded. So therefore, I mean, your conduct on social media impacts, and it's a clearly established, I mean, over the years, it's a very clearly established business. I mean, the numbers say it out all, that an athlete off the field can make a lot more money for many more years than you can make on the field if you have a decently managed set of image rights per se. And where is it springing from? It is springing from your conduct, right? In between, when Sehwag, look at Sehwag, VVK spoke about Sehwag being a brilliant guy in general and a really humorous, funny guy. I think from the time that he retired to, it took him 3 to 4 years to suddenly where he became this Twitter sensation out there, where he was charging about 6 to 10 lakh odd rupees for that 140 characters back in the day, right? So, but that came from a place of him being himself, him talking, him writing those one-liners out there. So, I think it's not, while a lot of it is determined by what is written in contract, but it's so much about your conduct as an influencer that's being monitored 24/7, not just by public, but even by the authorities. And that's where all these agencies like ASCI have come into play, which is the Advertising Standards Council of India, which is now modifying their guidelines, what the influencer needs to do, how there needs to be a tag which says paid promotion every time there is one. So all these regulations are coming about, right? So that, and a user knows that where it is a genuine endorsement or where it is a paid promotion per se. So all these fine lines are, as we are seeing the social media culture evolve, I guess the laws are also coming around it, in effect that.
Laws, and as you rightly shared earlier, self-regulations by the platforms themselves. Not enough, we can have another conversation on that later. Divya, so from your experience, I want to share with us, if actually this impacts performance, okay, if there is performance anxiety, if there are body image issues that develop, self-esteem issues that develop over time, and what do you see are the long-term implications of the public opinion that we are exposed to? And earlier you mentioned that this starts from the very beginning, and you said that bullying actually impacts us in the long term because we are more likely to be, patients or sufferers of certain disorders later in life. So, in the space of sports, in the life of sports people, how do you think this is impacting? Has it impacted or hasn't at all?
So when it comes to the interface of social media and mental health, there are a couple of aspects. One is how players are engaging with social media as a viewer, and the other is how they're engaging with it in terms of their own presence on social media. I think how we're engaging with social media just passively is in itself also something that's becoming an issue, because for a lot of people it's become a coping mechanism. You ask anyone what they do outside of their playing hours, they'll tell you, oh, they scroll on social media platforms, that's their hobby, that's what they do. And players are spending hours and hours doing this. Partly, again, that's some place where we need to build in other systems. What else are they doing? What is their athlete identity like? So what that is doing is that is having a negative kind of impact on them, because all other aspects of life are impacted. It's a way of dissociating, in a sense, that you're not really in the present moment. There is no recall value. You ask someone what they scrolled for 5 hours, they will not be able to tell you, and in fact there'll soon be studies about how it impacts our attention span as well. So there's that aspect. Then there's the passive comparisons that tend to come in, where we're looking at other people in terms of, again, the lives they're leading, the kind of appreciation they're getting, the kind of followers that they have. So all of these aspects also start to play up. And because we form our self-esteem by looking at other people and then weighing ourselves about whether I'm better or I'm worse. So that's how our self-esteem begins to get impacted. At the same time, there is a lot of anxiety about how I will be portrayed and how I will be perceived on social media. So this is something that all of us do. You know, you go in front of a fabulous Taj Mahal, rather than clicking the Taj Mahal, you'll click yourself. A poor little style thing at the back will be there. And you won't just click one photograph, you'll click 10 photographs. And you'll put different filters on them, then pick them, then check every 5 minutes who's liked it, who's not liked it, then call up your friends and ask them why they've not liked it. Think about the kind of energy that is being used in terms of how self-conscious we are becoming. We're constantly focused on how we are being perceived. And this is something that, again, has an impact on mental health, also has an impact on our performance. Because if you want to perform well, you need to be focused on what's in front of you. You need to focus on the ball, you need to focus on the shuttlecock. But if you focus on what you're going to be looking like, you know, I have players who want to have that perfect posture when they're playing. They want to be absolutely in that state of poise at all times. Winning ugly is this new trend that has started for this reason itself, that there is a certain kind of image that you want to portray. Right? So whether it's the fear of losing and what kind of trolling will come up, a lot of players, you know, we tell players not to be active on social media at least a few days, at least the night before a big competition. There was so much chatter before the World Cup, and you know how India was losing to New Zealand every time, and so, you know, players telling them, you know, stop using social media, don't look at the chatter of what's going on, stay focused on your own life, your own environment, do your prep, and that's how you proceed. So yeah.
Does this work, telling them what, I mean, how would you recommend? So this is like a momentary digital detox before something important, right? But how would you recommend proper digital detox? Or as you rightly said, it is a coping mechanism, it's a means of entertainment, and it may start with an intention of doing it for 5 minutes, you end up doing it for 5 hours, and as you said, after 5 hours, we have nothing to show for it. So what are your recommendations on digital detox, and does it really work when you tell them, when you advise? And I think that advice will apply for all of us. So would like to know how you approach this.
So any intervention works only once the player is ready, right? You can't enforce, as a psychologist, you can't enforce any kind of intervention. But yes, I think digital detoxes do work. What we have to do is we have to change our relationship with media, social media, and what we use it for. If we use it to connect with people, if we use it to build a brand, network with people, stay connected with our friends, then that's great. But that can again be done in more private spaces. You can send a photograph to a friend rather than having to post it on a platform where hundreds of people can see and comment on it. So I think what you're using it for, if you start using it for entertainment, that's something that may not be the most effective strategy, because you're looking at content becoming shorter and shorter and shorter. So in fact, I advise people to watch long form content, you know, watch a movie instead. At least it will engage you, you'll think about it, you'll have to focus on it for 2 hours. I don't know how many people here can now focus on a full movie at one sitting. It's, you know, TV shows also becoming 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 7 minutes long. So if we're able to sit, focus, engage, it, you know, builds a sense of mindfulness, builds a sense of focus. We have something to talk about. And at the same time, building other aspects. And this is something where I feel like the entire sporting fraternity has a lot to do, because we find that a lot of times players don't have other outlets, other avenues. So outside of their training hours, what else do they do? What kind of recreational spaces do they have? Are they encouraged to take on other activities as well, playing another sport, reading, interacting with other people, any other kind of hobbies? All of these also need to be integrated if we want to actually work towards high performance.
Sure. Thank you so much, Devya. Anna, I'm coming to you again. And I want to bring up something that caught our eye, because I'm one of the founders of a sports fan engagement platform. So we are aware of a lot of startups and companies in that space. So you've heard of Rario, right?
Of course.
Yes. So this entire case that happened, MPL versus Rario, and the situation that it has put Rario in, for the benefit of the audience, Rario is a company in the space of digital collectibles. So they have something called, their product is digital playing cards. So they have partnered with a few athletes, sports people, to have rights on their digital assets in terms of their photograph, name, etc. And Rario landed in trouble with MPL's Striker platform because Striker said that this is public information. I mean, Anna can actually explain this better, so I won't paraphrase and explain it worse. So Anna, my question to you is not about Rario. I just wanted to bring it up to talk about image rights. And I want to understand from you, and you can throw light on Rario, you can explain to the audience what it actually was the case. But my question to you is, how do image rights apply to social media content?
I mean, okay, so let me try and break this down a little bit. I briefly touched upon it in my previous session. In sport, they are trying so hard because an athlete's career is so short-lived. Everyone's trying so hard to capitalize on that short-lived career of an extremely successful athlete, or the peak performance of a particular team, right? And sport is one of the only things in the world where the manner in which competition is looked at is the complete reverse in terms of what it's looked at for any other industry. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that an Apple and a Samsung, the further apart in terms of a phone that Apple makes, the better. You're more likely to pick up that particular iPhone per se and not pick up a Samsung. Whereas in sport, the closer the competition is, if two peak teams, which is say India and Australia are playing cricket, India and Pakistan, because they are arch rivals, or for that matter, a Manchester United is playing a Manchester City, there's a lot more value in that than India playing a Netherlands per se, which is a not so popular team or is not playing that high quality cricket, right? You want to see very close competition. So you also want to capitalize on the fact when India is having an extremely successful run, you want to be able to capitalize that as the Indian cricket team. But in that capitalization, you also want to capitalize on the ace batsman, which is say a Rohit Sharma or a Virat Kohli or a KL Rahul, on that, right? So that is where this whole principle of 3+ rule has developed in endorsements per se versus sponsorship. So when Virat Kohli will be performing duties under his contract with BCCI and representing the Indian cricket team, you'll only see him in Adidas clothing. But when he's posting a workout video from his own house, which happened very often during COVID, if you saw his Instagram, he was posting pictures, you'll always see him in Puma clothing, right? So when it is an endorsement for an Indian cricket team, you'll see that in an advertisement for Adidas, you will have a minimum of 4 to 5 players feature. Each of those 4 to 5 players will feature in that advertisement for the same amount of time almost. Say the range will be between 8 to 10 seconds if it's a 50-second odd commercial, right? So everybody's getting equal visibility. And if everybody will say one particular line per se. So that is how it is being perceived as an endorsement by the Indian cricket team and not by those 4 athletes that are there. So moving this and everything today, at the end of the day, has moved. I mean, laws largely develop when that realm per se comes into the picture. There's no foresight in terms of law. An event happens and that's when a law is made around it. So right now, a lot of the laws we are working with is something that we move from the physical space to the digital space. Something that existed even as far as gaming is concerned. We moved something that was held legal was rummy, physical form of rummy. We moved with that to online form to then modify, took that concept and moved to the fantasy sport and now games of skill and things like that, right? So, and that's how jurisprudence per se is evolving. Coming down to what Rario is. I mean, yeah, I often debated when first time clients came to me saying there is this company called Rario, who wants to pick up rights for our tournament and pay an X amount of money. So obviously, if I'm working on the side of the tournament operator, the league owner per se, I would say somebody wants to pay you money, take it, license the rights. What is the problem? This is becoming an extra stream of revenue. I said, yeah, but why would somebody want to pay me? I said, you want me to play the devil's advocate on the call? I will play the devil's advocate on the call. So I would go and ask, today, Rario, what is it? They are making NFTs, non-fungible tokens. They are nothing like, for the slightly older audience here who would understand what trump cards are. So they're nothing but a digital form of trump cards. For the newer generations, you all understand NFTs anyways, non-fungible tokens. So that is what they were, right? Now, they went and took, say, for example, now who owns the copyright in a particular video per se or a photograph? Now, all of VVK's photographs, while he worked for the Hindu, technically his contract would say that because you're an employee, the entire copyright and whatever you shoot when we send you for a particular, tournament belongs to the Hindu and doesn't belong to him. But whereas when he went to the zoo, whatever he shot in his personal capacity belonged to him, the copyright, right? So that's how the law is slightly skewed in terms of what your contract reads, whether it is a work for hire or whether it is not a work for hire. Then somebody will have to take the copyright license from you and things like that. So then, say for example, let's take the 2011 World Cup. Who had the copyright in that entire footage, which is the BCCI. So Rario went to BCCI and would say that, listen, will you license the footage of the 2011 World Cup to me, for me to be able to create NFTs out of it, right? Now, I would say, okay, great. The whole concept of NFT works around, today, Rario created an NFT of Dhoni hitting that match-winning 6, and that became one NFT which somebody is priced at, say, 10 rupees today. And then, once that NFT is created on the platform, every time it is sold, the platform owner gets a fee, and the first buyer per se gets a fee on every transaction, right? Now, I debated around it. I said, okay, today you sold this at 10 rupees. Tomorrow, once it's changed hands, it's just like buying an MFSN painting, right? I bought it for 1 crore. After 5 years, I'm selling it for 2 crores, so on and so forth. That is what the whole NFT culture was being marketed as. I'm saying, okay, now today Rario has taken the exclusive rights from BCCI for a period of 5 years to be able to create NFTs out of that footage and that footage. Now, tomorrow, this contract gets over between BCCI and Rario. BCCI, because it is the owner of that copyright in that footage, will license that content all over again to another NFT company. Nothing is stopping BCCI, and somebody else will also create an NFT of that match-winning 6 of Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Again, so the value which has been created of that particular NFT, say with 10 rupees has reached to 5,000 rupees, will suddenly drop to back to 10 or lesser, because what was being marketed as, okay, only 5 of these kind will exist ever, today now, no new 5 of those kind have been created. So NFT anyways is a different kind of bubble altogether. But moving away from that, there is a very debate becomes is, who has the rights in what? When me as an individual, I am in my house, I am posting a workout video, I'm doing whatever, in my personal capacity, that is my copyright. When I'm playing for Team India, that becomes their copyright. When I'm playing for RCB, that becomes their copyright per se, right? I have shot a photo on my phone, that is my copyright. But if I have shot it while I am on tour, where I have been, as an employee of the Hindu, I've been told to shoot photographs, do I have the copyright? What does my contract read? So it's all boiling down from that and the segregation and fine line. So this is a debate that started happening with team owners, because the league culture has become so popular. Now team owners say, look, I want NFT rights in the workaround to it has been developed. Often I'm negotiating, saying, okay, let the team owner take all the footage rights for practice sessions and for whatever activity is happening in their team hotel. Whatever happens on ground, the league owner keeps it. You commercialize that, let them commercialize that. Because the team owners also started to say that, look, I do not have, for non-cricket sports specifically, that I do not anyways have too many avenues of income, right? So whatever little I can get is let me create it. But these are all concepts which are borrowed, because why on BCCI TV, the Chahal video started doing so well, is when IPL franchise said, okay, let us also follow that suit. Or other team sports have said, let us follow that suit, right? So I think contracts largely govern whatever your rules and regulations. So now leagues write, tournament operator writes hundreds and hundreds of pages of social media guidelines in terms of what belongs to who, what is allowed, when it is allowed. Can you as a team owner post something? When can you post it? There needs to be a 24-hour gap. What is going out on news? It's all started to be governed by too much of fine print out there, simply because of the commercial value that there is out there.
Thanks a ton for sharing that much. And I think I digressed a lot by bringing up radio. But I appreciate you sharing that. Okay, I will close this with one final question to both of you, which is, how do you foresee the intersection of sports and social media? Future trends, anything. Be visionaries and tell me.
So I'll be an optimist, and I'll say that hopefully in the years to come, we'll get a lot more stories of a lot more athletes out there and a lot more people looking up to these role models. Not just people who managed to win the Olympic gold medal, because those are few and far in between, but hopefully lot more stories out there and lot more role models for young people to follow.
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Thank you. And then this is why social media was supposed to make the field a level playing field, and being able to see role models, that will be amazing. Okay, thanks a ton. Anna.
I think it's definitely a boon versus it being a bane, because having been an athlete at some point in my life and having idolized several athletes out there, right, the fact that I always had access to their performance on the field. If I can learn about a genuine act off the ground, in terms of, say, the grassroots development they're involved in, or for that matter, other ways that they are helping society, the kind of mental, they might be running a mental health space, or they might be helping athletes in a lot of other ways, right? Those initiatives, just learning about them and getting some inspiration from that, and, being able to then help young athletes, sort of guide athletes to those organizations, to those initiatives. I think, yeah, that's normal access which you otherwise wouldn't have and now have thanks to social media. So I think there's definitely, there's a lot more stuff that social media can aid than could have been 20 years ago, right? So yeah.
Thank you. And I'll always carry one line that you shared earlier, that, law is not foresight. Okay. Law is kind of reaction to whatever is developing. Okay.
Raj and I always talk and say that, like, the cheaters are always one step ahead than those. We had a DCO here, so somebody was trying to catch hold of them. So I guess they were always playing that chase game, unfortunately.
Sure. So we'll wrap up this panel now. If you have questions, if you have the patience to ask questions, please go ahead. Otherwise, we all need coffee. We need coffee, right? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for listening in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the interesting discussion, all of you. So next, I'd like to invite Mr. Sendil Kumar, our CEO of Sporting India.
So, hello all. as we come to the conclusion of this carnival, I would like to thank few people. I definitely have a big list, but considering the time, I would like to thank my first in the list, Mr. Rajaraman sir. So he is the cog that we are all connected, and because of him, so many dignitaries were here. So I once again thank you, sir, and especially to Mr. V.V. Krishnan, sir, as
He's got something for you. He's got something for somebody who brought all the pictures.
so I think this serves my purpose and for the entire event. Thank you once again, sir. And I also thank all the dignitaries, all the guest speakers who came all the way to Coimbatore. I think many of them have visited here first time. Thank you for that. And obviously, there are people who put in their hard work for months to make this event happen, like our staffs and especially from volunteers from IASM. So thank you for that.
Can you have them on stage, please, so we can stand up and applaud them?
Yes, sir, please.
Well done, guys. Thank you so much for what you did for us. Thank you.
And next to us is Mr. Fani Bhushan ji. Thank you, sir. You made great efforts to make things move, and you have invited some special guests to make things better. Thank you for that. And I also wish to thank Mr. Srinivasan. Thank you, sir, for your entire support throughout the event. And a special guy and my friend, Mr. Karthik. Thank you, Karthik. No, Karthik, they're saying there are two pillars. That's why I come. Thank you. Thank you for that. And few of my managers, Srinidhi, Lavanya, and to name a few. Thank you all. And finally, I wish to invite my partner, Anand, on stage. Without him, this event would be never a possibility. I thank you again for him. So, thank you all once again. And I assure you, we'll put up a very good show next year and hope to invite you, all of you. Thank you. Hi all, good evening. So I extend my thanks as well along with Senthil. So there are no two partner in crime, there are three. The third one is of course our Karthik. You can't exclude from our team Karthik. So from that, I thank all the panelists first of all, because being in a tier 2 city like Coimbatore, this is the first time the city is experiencing the high profile panels. We extend our thanks from the entire team of Sports Carnival. Keep coming to tier 2 cities, keep traveling down south as well. I know there is a language barrier, but still we are very good in English. We can understand whatever you have delivered. The message is loud and clear to the entire city. My role now is to unveil the logo of 2025, the Sports Carnival. So it's just loading up. With this, I thank and I also welcome. Yeah. With this, I thank and I also welcome you guys, your team, to come down in next Feb again to Coimbatore. There will be a lot more which we'll deliver since this is our first initiative. I hope the second one will be a blaster. So I thank and welcome you all. Thanks. Senthil. Can we have one panel photo shot with all our team members? Karthik.
Move your asses, come.
No, next.
Huh? Next? Okay, sit.
We have most